past the men where the cold numbers ring, past the market of mirrors that ask me to sing. A spark in my pocket, a compass of gold says step into daylight and walk on your own. They're tagging our shadows, they're leasing our names, selling us comfort in barcode chains. But truth isn't rented and courage won't fold. It clinks like a coin you can actually hold. If they're building a cage out of whispering wires, I'll strike a match on the bars till the mouth catches fire. Raise up the ladder of daylight higher than screens, higher than screens. Over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If their road has no exits, we'll cut one at the end. They promised us safety for the price of our breath, a smooth little window that stares us to death. But barter and handshake and steel in the hand still purchase the living they don't understand. When the choir of comply harmonizes my faith, I'll answer with thunder from a sovereign state. Raise up the ladder of daylight higher than screens, higher than screens. Over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with a freedom no tyrant can spend. If the road has no exit, we'll cut one at the end. There's a key made of silence, a code made of trust. When the panopticon trembles, it falls into dust. Count down the seconds till the signal is clean. We'll settle our debts where the ledger can't see. cut one at the end. And when morning remembers the names we forgot, will be richer in daylight than any they bought.
The bankers wrote their letters in shadows cold and deep, a promise forged of iron chains to bind us in our sleep. They called it just a progress, a digital decree, but freedom has no barcode and souls are not for leave. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. To Davos, the tyrants stake their claim. They preach of safety, justice, but hunger for the chain. They hide behind the slogans, they whisper trust the plan, but every law they're passing just enslaves the common man. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. The merchants and the dreamers, the rebels and the wise, take refuge in the ledgers where the watchful state can pry. In Xano's cloak of shadows, in Monero's quiet streams, they guard the ancient promise of liberty's old dream. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto, gold, and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. So raise your hands in firelight, let tyrants hear the sound. The people's last defiance is the truth that won't back down. It's more than just survival, it's more than just a stand. It's freedom's final chorus sung across this burning land.
like it used to breathe. My grandfather held the soil like scripture in his hands. But now the fields are wired tight, a fortune of nearly 500 billion running under satellite light. Just 2% decide the table for 330 million souls, while the hum of iron engines sends our birthright to the cold. They're pulling 5 gigabytes an hour, rising like a predator now, send upward to a corporate sky. The farmers locked outside, and though nearly 20 million work the gears, only a tiny handful touch the land. The machine grows tall, the people small, their stories slipping from their hands. Oh, the root remembers freedom, even buried in the dark. You can chain the light with numbers, but you cannot chain the spark. This ain't farming, it's a wheel of steel and coal. Your grandfather's farm's a checkpoint on a technocratic road. They take the seed, they take the soil, they take the hours from your spine, and the machine keeps pulling everything 1 acre at a time. A quarter of the world's seed locked behind the corporate gate. You can't save your own just by again. Let algorithms choose your fate. And nearly 10 billion animals push through corridors of chrome, where the land once sang, the servers drone. What used to feed now grown. There's over 3 trillion in equipment farmers rent but never keep, and well over 300 billion in debt, pulling families in deep. Call it progress, call it glory, but I've read the hidden lines. The machine is fed by labor, and it starves the working mind. The land still knows your footsteps, even under grids and wires. The machine can dim the daylight, but it cannot drown the fire. This ain't farming, it's a wheel of steel and coal. A tiny few hold the compass for the many down below. They count your days, they count your years, they tally blood and time, and the machine keeps taking families down, 1 story at a time. Your grandfather's land's been patterned, your pasture quantified, but no algorithm knows the truth of what your hands decide. This ain't farming, it's a kingdom built on screens. They turn the soil to a number, turn the farmers into means. But the land remembers kindness, and the people are still alive. We outlive every empire, 1 heartbeat at a time. die, but that's not the worst. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and pills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bill. Quiet desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. Ballad like it means something real. Two wings of one bird, same deal, same steel. We say no, no to the chase, no to the dollar running through our veins, no to the white coats, no to the lies. This is the day that we rise. It's hurts right here, it's hurts right now. Your rights are yours, you take them back, not giving out. Not from the left, not from the right. They were always yours, now step into the light. The daylight breaks, a new day comes. We take it back, every last one. Live free or die, we fan the flame. Nothing will ever be the same.
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is season 2, episode 47. Welcome back. We were not live last week. I was traveling and quite a bit going on in preparation for a bunch of launches that are actually going on, the first of which will be OSARA this Thursday. So there's so much to go through. I don't even know where to start. And we have a special guest today, Hakeem Anwar, who's going to be joining us as well. So I'm going to, go through the introductory material pretty quickly so that we can get him on board, because he's quite an expert in this entire privacy realm. And I've met him a couple times at various conferences actually around the world. And he has some very innovative privacy-based solutions that we're going to discuss. And he's also authored an extensive research piece on digital ID, which, as you know, is a topic that we discuss often on this show, but he put together a very comprehensive document on this. And so we're going to discuss that as well. But just to go over kind of a quick recap of some of the last few episodes. So the last episode we did was, it was a little bit contentious. I was doing this from Florida, but it was about this whole Epstein Bitcoin coup. And the fact that the House emails recently proved, which I have been speculating and others have been speculating about, regarding Epstein's involvement with the MIT group. But it's now been definitively proven that Epstein actually funded Bitcoin core developers. And he also funded this entire transition period where Bitcoin went from digital cash, peer-to-peer digital cash, to digital gold. The same group that he funded went on to develop all 3 US CBDC pilots. Two of those 3 pilots actually involved Bitcoin core developers. And so this is actually significant, huge news. And a lot of maxis are trying to downplay it, but it really shouldn't be downplayed. And we're digging into this. And I discussed and actually showed that we've updated the Technocracy Atlas and are putting together some visual tools. And the minute the full documents are released regarding well, whatever they release that isn't redacted of the rest of the Epstein files, I'm going to immediately get those into a database and have that integrated into Technocracy Atlas so that we can continue to crowdsource additional information. One of the things that I did, and I will play this quickly here, is I put together a website, which I'm going to expand on this for the holidays, for Christmas and New Year's. But I put together a website called Boycott Bitcoin. But the purpose of this really was to walk through. I provided a PDF with. Actually, let me share out the screen. I put together a PDF with 21 questions to talk to your friends and family about over the holidays about Bitcoin, because people that have been in crypto for a long time have heard about block size wars and everything else. But as someone who has gone to 27 different states and 4 different countries over the last 3 years talking about CBDCs and technocracy, I can tell you that the overwhelming majority of people on this planet are completely unaware of the hijacking of Bitcoin. Most people don't even realize it was ever used as a currency. So I put together a PDF guide, and then I created another song. So you probably noticed in the intro, I've actually developed a tool to take the songs that I've created and turn them into music videos. But I'll play this short.
Gentlemen, take your pitch. Better boycott Bitcoin. Yes, sir, boycott Bitcoin. BlackRock owns the whole kit and caboodle. Better boycott Bitcoin. Come on, boycott Bitcoin. Larry Fink's laughing clear to the moon. 2017, oh me, oh my. Epstein praised it, MIT cashed his dough. Segwit locked the chain that very fall. Same school builds the feds, chains for us all. 325,000 they stole. Civil forfeiture, no crime, no parole. Every coin on the chain, forever it's tracked. Digital surveillance, fool's gold, that's a fact. Jack Muller shouts, boycott the banks today. Get a strike app once your papers to pay. Same hijack chain, same Epstein seed. KYC for the freedom, you'll never be free. Better boycott Bitcoin. Yes, sir, boycott Bitcoin. Better boycott Bitcoin right now. Better boycott Bitcoin. Come on, boycott Bitcoin. Your revolution's just a cash cow. You should use Zeno or Freedom Dollar instead. No.
Happy Thanksgiving, gentlemen.
Gentlemen. Hold up.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, well, that's not good. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? All right, good. Sorry about that. I've got to adjust the screen. I can barely see the screen, and the glasses are actually not helpful today. So, all right. Well, in any event, sorry about the last few. I'm not going to rehash all of this, but other than to say, we did an episode on agriculture and technocracy. We're launching OSARA on Thursday. Best place to watch this is theaarondayshow.com. I highly recommend you check out Final Betrayal. This is a good holiday book. It's a short read. It's really only about 100 pages if you take out the notes. Important stuff for people to talk about, given what's going on with the march for, with AI surveillance, digital IDs, and everything else. Tonight, I'm going to be talking about BrightLearn AI, which is a new system that Mike Adams has released where you can actually generate full-length books out of his AI system. And his system is built on, he spent a couple $1 million over the last few years aggregating primary source material from around the world. The information he's been collecting for decades, plus, I mean, he's scouring every academic research paper out there. And so this thing actually generates books. And I've already generated 2 books. I've got a 3rd one on the way. And they're great because they're actually fact checked. So I'm going to do a demo of that after our interview today. So with that said, I will finally bring our guest on. Hey, Hakeem, how are you?
Aaron, good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Sorry about the technical difficulties there.
It's all good. It's all good. You're doing so much, man. I'm just super excited. And I was digging those tunes in the beginning. Are those all new AI music videos?
The videos are new. These are songs that I've been working on for the last year. And then really over the last month, I've been refining a music video creation system that takes the lyrics, and there's a whole interactive advisory board to come up with the styling and everything else. And so it was slow going there for a while, but now I can create one of these things in about 2 or 3 hours. So
it sounds really good. Like, it's surprised me with the level of fidelity.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I love these. I love this music. I started using this, I don't even know how long ago, a year and a half ago or so, when Roger Ver was first imprisoned. The first song that I came up with was a Free Roger song. And then I just started playing with it, tweaking with it. And after a while, I'm like, wow, once they upgraded, I use Suno, S-U-N-O. Once they started upgrading the model, I actually saw, I think last week, there's a country music song that's now #1 in the charts that's AI generated. So it's crazy, man.
Yeah.
What's going on with AI, what Mike's doing with the ability to create books, I truly believe that by the end of this year, we'll have full-length episodes.
Aaron, something just happened with your mic. I don't know if that's me or you.
Can you hear me?
It's you sound like you're very far away.
All right,
there we go. It just fixed.
All right, weird. All right, that's good?
It's good now.
All right, I'll tell you, every time I travel, every time I come back, there's something that whenever I get everything, because when I travel, I actually take everything with me. I take my mixer, I take, I'm going to stop doing that, but I take all of my computers with me, and then whenever I get back, there's always some kind of small
they need some time to settle, little gremlins in the machine.
Exactly.
Well, and so when I was watching the video and I was looking at it, there was parts that they were catchy, and I think I've always been one of those people that it's like AI will never, there's some things that AI will never be able to do, right? We can't make a catchy song, but that's also like the needle is shifting there. And I was listening to like some of the guitar parts and kind of the space that was in there. So Suno, it's really good. And then you say you've been working on these songs for a year. That's just kind of like the process to just make sure it sounds like that, right? Refining it.
There's a lot of refining it. And what I like to do is, so usually, I mean, not tonight because we have an interview, but often my podcasts are, I give a presentation. I may spend 30 minutes to 60 minutes going over a topic where it's like, might be, here's the history of medical tourism and, all of the information leading up to why we have a robust medical tourism thing. And I put together slides and everything. And so I develop all of that content. And what I like to try to do is with each episode, create a new song based on the content for that episode. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. One of the songs that I played is called The Final Countdown, and that song is actually based on my book. So I actually used AI and I just said, hey, look, let's here are the parameters that I want. Here's my entire book. And then we went kind of back and forth and created an entire song based on the content of the book. So that's usually where I start with the process. So moving forward, I'm going to try to do one music video per podcast. Now that the process is down, and again, some of them I love. I actually listen to this stuff now. I've started listening to my own AI music and other AI music. My kids don't like it as much, but I think there's a little bit of my daughter's in choir. My son plays the guitar. I think to your point, I think there's God, man, this is taking over everything. We didn't think that it would take over music, and I can't even imagine. I think it'll be completely indistinguishable with version 6 of Suno.
We're so early on. I have to keep reminding myself of that. And one of the things about creating with AI as well, I think as people will catch up and it'll be used a little bit more and more, it will turn into who has the best relationship with AI in the sense of the workflow, like who really understands it. And then also part of kind of why I've been enjoying working with AI so much is it teaches you're growing alongside of it. It's not like you can just kind of expect it to do all the work. You'll just get the same plateau of results. So anyways, I'm digging it.
Yeah, no, me too. And I agree with that. And it depends on how you use it. I mean, hopefully it is something that you're actually driving to improve your workflow as opposed to being passive about it. This is obviously the risk with this stuff. But I mean, I found if you're trying to automate a workflow, then that causes you to have to be critical about, well, what is my current workflow? How do I do things? And does that even make sense? And so I've grown accustomed to questioning everything that I do. Even if it's worked in the past, it's like, is this really the best way to do this? Probably not. So anyway, that's been exciting. Well, I'm glad to have you on, and I mean, hopefully this will be the beginning of many visits on here. Would you mind giving everybody your background and just kind of telling everybody who you are, just to set the ground stage here?
Yeah, absolutely. So my background is I was a web and mobile software engineer. So I built websites, and I never really felt fulfilled in the corporate world, working for startups and big consulting firms. And I think that all came to a head that magical year of 2020 when the world got flipped upside down. And I was lucky to have met Derek Bros, at that time, the founder of the Freedom Cell Network and the Greater Reset, and he invited me to assist with that. And so I was kind of part of the wave as a core member of that team, and it just blew up over the next year. So I had this platform to share my thoughts, and what I was seeing with people is that we were taking all the right actions in the physical world, growing our own food, finding sound money, re-educating, uneducating, unlearning the things we had learned. And that's all great. Yet we were doing all of it on digital systems that were working against us, that were military contractors. And so I had to call that out. I started to do that. And I realized a lot of thought leadership was needed. And so I shifted my focus to just focusing on how can people work and do their important work as privately and securely and as independently as possible, to not be reliant on third-party infrastructure. And so it carried on to my educational initiative called Take Back Our Tech. And there's lots of guides I've done on switching to Linux, the best software to use, the different layers of privacy on phones. And then I've also started a company called Above. We were founded in 2021. We do private Degoogled phones, secure Linux laptops, communication services, cellular services, you name it. And super excited to be connecting with you, another builder, because that's really what the next 2 years are about, building as many solutions as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really impressed with what you put together. And I spoke at the Greater Reset. That was, I think, the first time that we met last year. And I think there's another one coming up February, right? Again, great event. I highly encourage everyone to check that out. And the phone that you put together and the features that you announced were really inspiring in terms of not only helping on the privacy front, but I think really trying to help people get their life back and to allow them to use technology in a way that's not only private, but that respects their time and that puts them in control. And that I really appreciated the approach that you took with that and some of the functionality that you've put together.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's also where I saw you speak for the first time, and it was really cool. I think I'm obviously not super immersed in the crypto space, but you were the second person I met who didn't use fiat at all. So I remember being impressed by that. And then, with this technology side, my surveillance is a big part of the focus because they have visibility into everything you do. And that is scary to some people. Other people say, hey, this is who I am. I'm standing in my own authority. What do I care if they listen? But it's also this aspect of being able to mind control you with these devices. As we know, as we're now knowing, the blue light coming off these devices makes you more susceptible to the messages coming off of them. So it really is not just a control grid, it's a mind control grid. And if your device is hooked up to these centralized big tech services, they have their own agenda, they have their own roadmap to immerse you, to continue pulling you into the system, your attention, your dollars, your allegiance to their advertisers. So I think it's a really important step for your own mental health to just get rid of all of it and use something that's completely detached from their grid. So thanks for seeing that.
Yeah, just so that everyone knows, I mean, I've actually, my wife and I are moving over to Above Phone. And so I'm very excited about that. And actually, we're going to be partnering together. I put a link abovephone.com/daylight, but we're going to be partnering and moving forward because I want to introduce our community to these tools as well, because I think if we can provide easier ways to onboard people to these privacy alternatives, everyone will benefit. And I actually see a lot of value in being able to package things up. And I think that what you put together is a great platform for that. So again, we'll talk more in detail about that, but I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. And if you guys are watching this live, this is a kind of a collaborative effort too. There's so many directions we could go. I'll just kind of tease the announcement, right? But let's say you had a phone. What would that phone have that would be helpful out of the box? Aaron has covered so many tools. Just engage with us, right? What do you want to see? Because I think that's exciting when we create something together. And we will get a hands-on demo of some of these things today. We've got the phone and the laptop right here. We'll do some AI stuff. I know that's very popular with people, and we'll just get a look at how the phone works too. And then we could also understand, I think it's really important to understand, like, why are we even doing this in the first place? So there's a lot we could talk about on the privacy front, the different layers to the phone's privacy, and how it could actually get you in legal trouble. That's where it's all heading, to really facilitate the extortion and imprisonment of anyone who steps out of line. So it's unfortunate that things are this dark, but that's also why we need to take real action.
So I agree. So I've noticed that you've been on the podcast circuit pretty heavily this year. And, you've been on Survival Podcast, Last American Vagabond. You've been on with Mike Adams and all over the place. What's the sudden urgency on this? Because I sense it as well. There's a shift going on. And this is even true within the crypto world. There's I'm not going to pound on Bitcoin much more, at least for right now, but there's been a big surge in interest in privacy coins and in privacy in general. What do you think has been the catalyst for this?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, I mean, so I've been talking about this stuff for 4 or 5 years, and I think the big tech companies, they do the job for us. I think that the really important thing that happened in 2025 was Palantir. Basically, to sum it up, it's this new paradigm of surveillance. And the previous paradigm, let's talk about the Snowden era. You guys remember seeing those PowerPoints, and it was like big tech provider, big tech provider, big tech provider, all feeding into the NSA. But guys, that was just the NSA. That's just their purview. And so it's not guaranteed that all agencies would work with each other and share data with each other. And so, the DEA had their own deal with AT&T to log everyone's phone calls and text messages. This was a secret warrantless database, but that was just the DEA's database. They weren't sharing it with the NSA, right? There might be some friends and organizations that would do it independently, but the problem was they're all separated. So Palantir really changed that because they learned from big data companies that have just been part of the cloud computing revolution in the past 20 years, and they learned that they could build reliable big data solutions and plug them in to different sources. And in the public, on the public side of things, the municipal side of things, they plugged them in. They started to plug them into everything. And so that's what Palantir is. And I call this like unified surveillance, where any organization could build their own big data platform and load it with surveillance footage that they got from a public library, right? If the state wanted to do that, they can do that from the public library, from campus security reports, from the people who are signing in to a campus building and the sheriff's office and all the likes. And so that's one aspect. Then they can also go to the private entities and make a deal either commercially or because it's the right thing to do, right? You want to crack down, you want to help us crack down on crime and make the streets safer. So you have also big box stores that are going along with this. And so now it's almost like you are out of the equation because these private parties have the freedom to exchange with each other and do these contracts. We now exist in unified surveillance. And the end result of that is this data sharing that happens whether you like it or not. And now you actually need to be, you need to think about where you go out in public. So that was kind of long-winded, but yeah, this aspect of unified surveillance, it's going on without it. It's not even something you have to say yes or no to. It's just out there in the world. So I think people are very aware of that. And so there's companies like Palantir. There's also companies like Flock. Have you seen that DFlock meme app?
No, I haven't.
Ooh, this is crazy. Let me bring this up. All right. So like Palantir, I'm actually going to cover this on this week of the T-Bot show. I didn't get a chance to yet, but this map is crazy. Let me see. Let me zoom into a random place. All right, let me zoom into Denver Bandit. Let's go to Albuquerque, a small town like Albuquerque. There we go. So these are automatic license plate readers. And not just license plate, but the make, model, your bumper stickers. And wow. So these, it's like these are already deployed. There's like 100 in Albuquerque. Albuquerque is not a huge city, but the freeways, important intersections. If you go to a big city, you kind of see that they're all sporadically spaced out. So guess what? You're on some surveillance database just driving around, and semantically your car can be searched and pulled up. So all it takes is they combine this with public records, which they have the ability to. They know where you are. They could just, where's this guy right now? Well, okay, I saw his car over by County Road Northeast, right? So Minority Report, all those movies we're seeing, like it is here.
That's great. That's frightening.
Yeah. So this is dflock.me. The CEO. So the cameras are called Flock cameras. So it's this activist group called dflock.me. They have this really great website. They're encouraging people to do FOIA requests, which is all great stuff. And then the CEO of the Flock camera, he called them terrorists, which was really funny, actually. He called them domestic terrorists and likened them to Antifa, which I don't know. I'm sure they have a political stance, but I don't see any politics on their site. So it's just kind of unfair. And I think this is really important to crowdsource this data. So I think that the next 2 years, Aaron, like it's really important to build crowdsourced technology where we have the AI that does the structuring and stuff, but we're relying on humans for our eyes and ears. Like as many cameras as they are on this map, where are our eyes and ears? Are we actually sharing the data in a useful way? So that's why I think projects like OSARA are going to be really useful. And
Yeah, Osara and then actually Own Nothing, which related to what you said is the idea behind Own Nothing is you'll be able to actually paste these click wrap agreements that you sign and see the rights that you've given away, since no one has time to read a 100-page document. But what you said, I've covered in a couple of different episodes on this Palantir issue, but it's really going accelerating in the healthcare realm. Most people think of Palantir as doing predictive policing or being involved with the CIA or intelligence community, but now they have a contract with the NHS to build a database on everyone in the UK. And now they're doing the same thing, connecting hospitals, connecting wearable device companies, connecting all of this health information as well, and then marrying that health information. And this is really ramping up. And this is something that's a key part of Operation Stargate. And so people have to understand that this is not a 5-year plan. This is something that's being actively rolled out right now. And the consequences of it are pretty dire. I mean, we're very clearly moving to a place in the healthcare realm, for instance, where insurance companies like United Healthcare and Cigna have already started using AI for basically claims denial. They call it claims processing, but there's a lawsuit against United Healthcare alleging they deny 90% of Medicare Advantage claims. Starting next year, this is bleeding into HHS. So Medicare and Medicaid is going to start doing this as well. And so they're going to start integrating this data. And it turns out HIPAA doesn't protect anybody because the people that you don't want to have your health information have it through HIPAA. And so your health insurance company and the government actually has access to this information. So this should be a red flag situation for people to understand what's going on with this data. So I'm glad you've been out there pounding the pavement on this. And you've really gone deep into this digital ID realm, which I discussed, but your report goes into much greater detail than I covered. What have you found, and what's your understanding of the lay of the land with digital IDs globally and in the US right now?
Yeah, so I think that when you have these very scary trends, agendas like digital ID, the first instinct might be, okay, let me just go somewhere where they're not doing this. We saw that a lot during COVID. It was very interesting how the Greater Reset, the People's Reset, that conference that's coming up in January, we had so many people from Europe come because Mexico was one of the only places that didn't have vaccine requirements. So that's kind of what stirred inside me. Hey, is there a place that I can go to get away from this? And it turns out it's happening pretty much everywhere. And that was very surprising because I figured that South America or Africa, so many of those countries, they don't have phones. How are they going to have digital ID? You're good. But it turns out there is a very coordinated, forceful move that has the support from organizations like the World Bank. It's got the support from banks around the world. And it's also got support from the local state governments, usually because they've greased the wheels. Like, for instance, the World Bank will give, they gave Nigeria $430 million to roll out a biometric ID card. And so, they spent spent $150 million just to send people out into the remote villages of Nigeria. Most of the time, they don't have running water. They don't have growing food. This is and so at these levels of poverty, they invested so that they could document the undocumented population, which of course is millions of peoples in these developing countries. So that's just how far it goes. That no one is being left out of this. And so with the report, I discovered the different flavors of digital ID around the world. The Western countries, United States, Canada, Australia, and the EU and the UK to some degree, they have a more democratic approach, quote unquote democratic, but it's really a facade. They say that digital ID will always be voluntary. That's it's kind of similar to what they said during COVID. Oh, no one forced you to take the vaccine. But what I discovered is these things are going to be mandated by proxy. Like in many places, you'll lose the ability to drive. And so in the Western countries, they're going to go through the third parties, the side channels. And in the Eastern countries that are a little bit more upfront and authoritarian, they will just have every public service demand this new form of digital ID. That's what Russia is doing. So anyways, there was something to learn from every single continent and how they were doing it. An important date, you also asked, like, there are so many crises that we are going through right now. I think an important date for people to pay attention to is 2027. Not only is there an astrological importance of that, whether I'll just kind of leave that out of the conversation for anyone who's interested in that, but it's also the date that comes up over and over in my research in digital ID. And I think that's worth paying attention to. In 2027, all businesses in the EU must accept digital ID as a form of identification. So that means you could be in digital ID with any interaction you have in daily life, going to the cafe, parking your car, right? It could all use digital ID. It's also that way in Australia. The timeline looks very similar for that. There's no law yet, but the timeline, the direction we're going, it looks very similar for the US. So I think 2027 is going to be a really important year where you're going to have to make the choice of whether you're going to the grocery store and potentially having some sort of interaction with their ID system, or you have your own parallel economy. So that's one date I think people should be paying attention to, because we have a year and a month. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is very important. And I actually discussed this as well. If there are 17 countries that just signed into law at the same time, I think covering 3.5 billion people, digital ID, and the implementation of that is 2027. And there were the same 4 technology vendors. They used the same PR firm to promote the language. You actually have Tony Blair's organization involved in the center of this. And this is why I spend so much time talking about technocracy, because this is all a global movement. This is a global interconnected movement. You mentioned Nigeria because, you know, my area of focus had been predominantly CBDCs, although it's extended more to technocracy more broadly. Nigeria had one of the first CBDC programs. And I was actually on some Twitter spaces with some people in Nigeria, and they're like, there isn't a single person in the country that asked for this. And of course, I mean, you know, for the very same reasons, why would Nigeria, with the low percentage internet access, be one of the first places? And what I found in studying the CBDC issue is that you have the World Bank and the IMF going into these developing nations and putting the pressure on. But what I realized is the reason that they're doing that is if they can figure out how to get the toughest use cases, then they can figure out, for instance, how to hit rural populations in the US or in the West, right? Because eventually they're like, let's figure out what the technical roadblocks are for a complete global rollout. And so you find out that this is what's going on. And I really went deep in the CBDC research, because there are a lot of rural places in the US where you could say, well, how are they going to roll out a CBDC here? And then in researching this, well, I mean, of course, you could have a debit card or whatever that is attached. It's a CBDC. You don't necessarily you have a phone to use it, but that card is actually tied to your account. So when you go to Walmart or wherever you need to go, but even the idea of integrating, making post offices a place that you can go to engage in finance. So it really is, it's something that, because a lot of people that I would talk to about CBDCs are like, oh, this is way off. They're never going to be able to solve this problem or this problem. And it turns out they're actively working on it. in a very coordinated manner globally, and they're sharing resources. And so you find there are a lot of conferences where you'll have the WEF and the IMF and the World Bank and the Bank of International Settlements involved in coming up with common frameworks for how to solve these problems.
Yeah, you're spot on. And so they've been working on this for 20 years, at least with digital ID. And the idea of digital ID and CBDCs, they're closely married. They actually are married. They're made for each other. They need each other to exist. So the types of programs you're seeing for CBDCs have also been going on for digital IDs. And I think another reason they do it, right? There's this language barrier. We have no idea what's going on in Nigeria. We don't speak these languages. So it's much easier. It's much faster. And of course, they're poorer countries. So it's easier to make things happen. Whereas your Western populace is going to be more resistant. They're going to be more awake to it. So it's their proving ground to do this stuff. And so that's a good insight there. Another thing that I think is important to recognize. So this is a part of something called digital public infrastructure, which is a United Nations Development Program concept where it's this trifecta of things they need to build this control grid. Right. We all know a little bit about the surveillance grid. That's what we were talking about at the beginning, right? It's Palantir. It's absorbing information from everywhere. It's the big tech. It's them seeing what you're doing on every device. Well, the control grid is going to control your behavior based on programmatic algorithmic input. And it's going to change your life. It's going to have an impact. It's going to have a feedback on you. And so digital public infrastructure is what that is. And there's three components to it. There is the digital identification, which is the first piece. You need the legal identity with the biometric identity. That's something I usually emphasize as I'm talking about this. As soon as you give your legal identity with your biometric identity, which is usually what happens in an identity verification, that's it. Nothing else needs to happen. You do that to a bank. You do that when you're renewing your ID. It's the same thing. Now you've given over the two keys, the master key over, and they could create your digital ID for you. So that's the first piece. And once they have that, then any money that's given to you or any digital currency that's attributed to you can be associated with that. So they need each other to survive. So digital ID will come first, and right after that, they've been working on CBDs for such a long time. It'll come out of nowhere. In fact, it's like it may not look any different than what we're using today with Apple Pay and Google Pay. It might just be like a little switch that you use. So what else was I going to say? I was going to say that people need to be very, very careful of handing over their biometrics this next year. Until 2027, it may look like it's the same exact offer with the vaccine. At first, they're going to make it really, really nice and sweet. Oh, like free donuts, free lap dance at the strip club. Come on, a chance to win a free car for your digital ID, right? All this bull crap. And then after a certain point, I'm guessing at 2027, then they're going to come down with a stick, and your life is actually going to get hard.
Yeah, well, and I actually think, and we talk about this a lot, while Trump came out against a CBDC explicitly, what they've done with the stablecoin legislation is essentially a backdoor CBDC. So now you're taking Tether and USDC, and then you're adding KYC and all of the tracking. So there's an illusion that people have that, we stopped CBDCs. The problem isn't that the digital currency is issued by a central bank. Whether it's issued by a central bank or JP Morgan Chase isn't the issue. It's whether or not it's tracked to your identity. That's what people should be worried about. And so they've managed to do this head fake and say, well, at least it's not the evil Federal Reserve. And believe me, I will never defend the Federal Reserve. But when you look at the legislation and the 17 different programs that are involved in tracking our financial transactions today, those come from Congress, not the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is not going out of their way to add financial surveillance, it actually makes their job more difficult. So Congress passed the Bank Secrecy Act in 1970. Congress passed the Patriot Act. Congress passed all of these things that we now have to deal with, whether you are getting a bank account or a crypto account, that did not emanate from the Federal Reserve. And so a lot of people now have a false sense of security and complacency around this issue, when in reality, they're getting broader and faster adoption for trackable digital currencies through this stablecoin act called the Genius Act. And now with the Clarity Act, they're going to basically start creating centralized digital tokens for your stocks, your bonds, and your commodities that also have to go through the know your customer stuff. So we're giving government control over the tokenization of all of our assets. So this is happening this isn't about even UN Agenda 2030. I think you hit the nail on the head. This is about 2027. And a lot of people are like, well, the bad things will start in 2030. It's like, no, this will be fully rolled out by 2030.
Yeah.
And it might not be rolled out or marketed through the WEF or the UN, but the end result is the same. It's a global technocracy infrastructure.
I want to ask you a question, since you're an expert on this crypto regulation. So the Genius Act, they basically they have this rule, right? The mixer rule. Any privacy technology that takes custody of someone else's crypto is now they need to be a licensed money transmitter, right? That's the gist of it. What do you think is going to happen to many of these cryptos that are private by design, like Nano or Monero? And do you think that, I mean, and we also, you're covering that right now, how Bitcoin seems to be co-opted from the start. Why would they kind of want to hurt people who use Bitcoin by doing this? Do you think that, like, usually when I see them pass laws like that, it makes me think, oh, well, the privacy technology is actually working. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I think the privacy technology is working. The EU is taking the lead. Interestingly, by 2027, privacy coins are going to be illegal in Europe. And so from a practical matter, this is why, as a differentiation, I like privacy by default coins that don't have a mixing function. Because the idea with a mixing function is you just pool a bunch of things together and you change out the outputs, and then, in theory, you can't track who it's from, although there are certainly techniques that can do that. And so this is why privacy by default is really important. And so I think this is why you're seeing privacy coins have significantly outperformed Bitcoin and Ethereum over the last year and a half or so. I mean, Zcash just had a huge run. Nano was, $2 when I got involved in it 18 months ago. I think that it's becoming very clear, to your point, they do work, and they're going to do everything that they can to shut off the exits. And as I always say on this, we're not going to be able to comply our way out of technocracy. People are like, well, what if they ban it? Well, they could ban it, but they can't stop it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about privacy by default. But I will tell you, with Bitcoin, what is alarming about Bitcoin, I actually see this narrative shaping up where I can see a scenario where we have a digital token that is backed by Bitcoin. So you have a token on top of Bitcoin, and then you have two levels of surveillance. So Bitcoin is, if you wanted to call it digital gold, it's actually digital surveillance gold, because Bitcoin is more trackable than cash.
Anything else.
than anything else. And so then you're going to have that backing imagine a token created on Ethereum or whatever the blockchain is that's backed by that. So now you have two levels of surveillance, two different ways that you can get at stopping the momentum and stopping the transactions. And I actually see that starting to shape up. And by the way, I mean, I have to say it because it's been all over my feed the last 2 days. Elon Musk has been coming out and saying, well, Bitcoin is better because it's backed by energy. Understand that is the very definition and the very core of technocracy, going back to the 1930s. The core premise of technocracy is to flip the entire economy from being a price-based system to an energy credit-based system. This idea comes from the 1930s, and now Musk is promoting this, and people are lapping it up, not understanding what the implications are of this. It's a governance model. It's not about efficiency, and it's absurd. It's something like, I had a meme about it, but because Bitcoin only does 7 transactions per second, the amount of energy used just to do a transaction. Well, the cost of something doesn't make it valuable. I mean, this is a fundamental, like, just because something's expensive doesn't mean it's useful. And so we've gotten way off on the economic proposition of this. But this is why governments like Bitcoin. Why wouldn't governments like Bitcoin? It's trackable, and now they can seize it. And I argue with people all the time, particularly in the liberty community, where they say, well, it's decentralized, it's censorship resistant, it can't be stopped. Okay, well, if that's the case, then how did the US government end up with 327,000 Bitcoin? Why is it that I have friends and people that I know personally that have had millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin confiscated by the federal government? In theory, they can come to you and track your crypto, and you could say, well, I refuse to give you my private key, and then you could spend the rest of your life in prison. So I guess technically you didn't give up your coins, but what's the value of that? That doesn't actually have any usefulness. And then they can flag your coins anyway, and then put you on some kind of OFAC list or whatever. So I think that the problem, and I expressed a lot of frustration on the last podcast, is most people just don't know about this. And so I don't blame the majority of people because they haven't even been exposed to this information, but it's the people that are libertarians that were involved with Bitcoin in 2012, 13, 14, 15, that know better and don't care anyway, just because they're seeing their fiat value of Bitcoin increase. Those are the people that I have an issue with, the people that know better and are turning a blind eye to what's going on.
They're in for a very rude awakening. And it is really sad. I mean, I think that's another insidious aspect of Bitcoin as a store of value or as digital gold, right? Everyone's happy as long as the numbers go up. They have all this money, but they don't know. I mean, it's one, it's not real. Two, you're already having to tax out of it. There are very few ways to spend your Bitcoin online, as you probably know, in a way that is private, in a way that is peer-to-peer. And so going back to like this year, 2027, like I'm interested in what you think, but for what I think is the most useful thing people can do right now is just get connected with their local community, talk about these issues, share this Thanksgiving Bitcoin questions that you've done, share the digital ID report that I've done, and really say, hey, if this comes to our town and the grocery store is now demanding you scan your digital ID when I go in, can we make sure that at least you and I won't impose digital ID on each other or won't be using these payment apps? And if you can do that with 150 of local people in your community, ideally productive people, farming, builders, generally helpful people in some way, you're going to be in a better place than like 95% of people, honestly. And it's not that much work, right? It's maybe like an hour of time investment per person. So I really think that connecting with people is the answer to all of this and building that counter economy.
Yeah, I think that's the case, but I also think that once you understand that the approach of the technocrats is there is no one left behind. Their system does not coexist with other systems, so we can't hide from it. We need to get enough people to understand the technocratic threat, and we need to get enough people out of it to stop it. And because they require a high degree of compliance for success, but we actually need to move numbers in a big way. This is why a lot of the things that I'm going to be launching next year, like OSR, for instance. I mean, if we could get 1 million people off of insurance in this country, that would have a big impact on their ability to control the healthcare system, because the healthcare system is it's effectively bankrupt. I mean, we have $200 trillion of unfunded liabilities and everything else. And in doing a bunch of research, I found, for instance, if 50% of the people in the US that have type 2 diabetes instantly were cured, it would bankrupt the system. Once you actually see how many people, the fixed costs for the facilities and the training and everything else, the system has zero incentive for people to become healthy. So if we become healthy, if we become independent, if we stop using their currency, and enough of us do this, we can actually stop the trend. The problem that I have is, I mean, I teased it in one of the videos, the last video that I played songs, but the problem that we have is that right now, based on what happened with the election, there are people that think that we have nothing to worry about. They think that, we elected the Avengers and we defeated the globalists. And when in reality, we've actually enabled and hyper accelerated the globalists. So this is the biggest threat that we have. And I'm going to be announcing something probably here in the next few weeks to try to accelerate learning on this. So yes, form local communities, take direct action. Get directly involved in your health, get directly involved in your money, and then more importantly, and we're not gonna have good time to go through all of this now, but AI, most people in general are worried about AI. You and I recently saw that at a conference that we were both at. I think most of the people at that conference are way ahead of the curve in general, but we're very much either AI is a bubble or it's vaporware, or whatever it happens to be. AI is real, and there's a battleground with AI, just as there's a battleground with digital currencies, which is, are you going to have a private self-custody version of it that is uncensored, or are you going to be using a Palantir system that has, that's trained on bad data and then has more censorship on top of it? So we have these parallel things going on, and so there are choices along the way. I don't think that AI can be ignored. And so I think that we need to figure out how to embrace the freedom elements of these technologies and to figure out how to scale that. Now, obviously, scaling that is the difficult part because, as you said, we have 1 year and 1 month. We have until 2027. And from where I'm sitting, like, we've got to convince people that they didn't just defeat the globalists, right? I can't tell you how often people, that is actually the issue that we have. The biggest rug pull, frankly, is in medical freedom, with people thinking that RFK's there, so now medical freedom is won. And in reality, they're accelerating the AI front, they're accelerating wearables.
While he says he wants every American to wear a Apple smartwatch or whatever, which is already sharing data with HHS. I think this is a really good direction for the conversation. We know United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 69, right? Digital legal identity for all by 2030. So yeah, very ambitious goal of everyone on the planet. If we had to make our own goal, I'm starting to understand what you're doing better now, is you're taking like pieces of the puzzle, setting a goal for that. So pulling a number of people out of the insurance system will lead to its collapse. What do you think the percentage of people for some of these issues, like for instance, the banks, and I know these are super broad questions, but what intuitively feels like the right number of people to hit, just so we have markers for our progress?
Well, it's interesting. So I put together a link in the notes to technocracyatlas.com, where I put together this technocracy threat level. It's kind of a scoring system like the DEF CON system, as to where we are in terms of on the digital ID front, on the CBDC front, and on the AI surveillance front. And this isn't finalized. In fact, I'm definitely looking for feedback if people have different ways of looking at this. So I'm not presenting this as the definitive scorecard, but I wanted to put out a scorecard at least to start that people could react to. And it's alarming when you look through this, because we already have 12 states with digital ID, with digital versions of real ID. There are 3.5 billion people that are under digital IDs now, or where the law has been passed. It may not be fully implemented. I mean, we're talking about a serious situation here. I ran for president in 2024, and I actually, my campaign, I had a bank run manifesto. And what I said is, if we could get 2 to 3% of people to stop using the dollar, there's that kind of magical 2 to 3% number. But I honestly, I couldn't fully defend that. But intuitively, I think if it's not 50%, it's not even 10%. No. It's a couple of percent.
Because of how overly inflated and unstable these systems are already. And I think that is, that's kind of the funny part, is how little individual effort it might actually take if things were coordinated. I really like Technocracy Atlas. I'm looking at it now. I'm going to give you some feedback. And these are like complex issues, but I love that we're trying to bring data back into this. I do think we need coordination. We need to set our own targets. I think the People's Reset we intuitively, like, we're going in the right directions, but I'm also like you. I think we need to be a bit more data driven. We need to know the role that everyone can play. We need to gamify things because honestly, like, how badly do you want this? You can make a difference in your life. You can make a difference in your community. And we, at the end of the day, we do need those numbers. And then we also need the qualities behind the numbers. Like, how is your life changing? And then as we start to get the numbers, then we have something to talk about. So I think that everything you're doing is spot on with that. One of the things I'd like to see, and I think I've chatted with you about this a little bit, is more co-promotion. Like, we really need to find things that we can agree on. There's different issues, like there's like crypto, there's gold and silver, and we need to start pulling some weight there and getting more people on board. I would agree. I would say the number is anywhere from 5 to 10%, where all the support, all the attention is pulled behind. And I think at that point, it's not just they need to pull their money out of the banks. Like, let's just use that as an example. But we actually need to have something like what do they call it? Those crowdfunding schemes, like they do. Like, we actually need to put our money towards something. We need to help people in our community, right? If we don't divert that energy and to put it into something better, then you really lose those gains. So I think that's also an important side of it.
Oh yeah, no, it's critical that we build parallels. But one of the things that, because a lot of people say, "Oh, what you're doing is dangerous, and aren't you worried about this or this?" Not at all, because of what we've just been discussing. If you look at what's going to happen, whether it's 2027 or 2030, the default is that we're in a digital prison. So we're not standing still. And by the way, once you understand the degree to which we're already surveilled and how much we've already given away, either contractually or legally, with the government or through private contracts, once you realize that you've already given up 80%, then you're really not holding on to much. And so if the default is a digital prison, then you shouldn't feel that it's risky to try to build these alternatives. It's actually less risky to build these alternatives because inaction leads to digital prison. That's essentially the way that I look at it. But yeah, I agree. So this is why, one of the other sites is Freedom Forge, but why like Zano is you can create privacy tokens and you can create private marketplaces to trade anything. So the idea with Freedom Forge is to encourage people to create their own businesses. And there's a whole parallel economy here. A lot of people right now are worried about losing their jobs to AI. And actually, one of the things that I like to say is that, we live in a situation where a lot of people, most people actually hate their jobs. They have jobs they don't like for insurance that doesn't actually improve their health, so that they can then save for retirement, which is held in financial instruments that they don't own, that owns companies that are building the digital prison that's going to enslave them. This is actually the average person right now. And so I think if people could understand what their actual reality is and what they're headed towards, once you wake up to that, then it's very easy to say, all right, well, what else is available to me? Well, there are infinite possibilities. And with what's going on with the way AI is going to automate a lot of jobs, that doesn't mean there's not any opportunity. It's kind of, people used to say, well, the internet is going to wipe out all of these jobs. And it turns out it created more opportunities. This is an opportunity for people to do personal reflection and to figure out what is it that you really want to do, and ask yourself, are you really doing what you want to do with your life right now? And if the answer is yes, then okay. But I think if you really examine that you're going to find most people don't like what they're doing. They feel trapped, and they feel like, or they just followed along what everybody said they were supposed to do. You're supposed to go to college and you're going to get a job here. And they didn't really think about it. It just seemed like, well, everybody was doing this, and this must be the safe bet. Well, all of those bets are off. So now what do you want to be when you grow up? And so what I say to people, because people are always like, what should I invest in? Invest in yourself. Invest in figuring out what you want to do. And if you don't have the skills to do what you want to do, invest in acquiring those skills. To me, that's the best thing that somebody could do is determine their own purpose and then invest in the skills to actualize fulfilling that purpose.
Yeah, 100%. I love what you said. What do you want to be when you grow up? Hey, it's time to grow up. And it's like, it is one of those beautiful ironies that losing your job is actually the greatest gift, right? Because like you said, you have this time to reflect. You have this time to question. You have this time to question everything. One other thing that came up when you mentioned all these individual decisions, which are usually all bundled together. All right, I'm going to be a W-2 employee and pay into insurance and, have this tax structure for myself. Each of those, as soon as you discover one, it becomes more and more rational to peel the other off because they're all glued together. So I do think there's some sort of domino effect that can happen with each person individually. And I do think that, even if 2027 is the cutoff, I do think some people learn the hard way. And right now it's going to take people who are successfully doing this, like, not to pat ourselves on the back, but like us. And it was a lot of sacrifice at first. I don't know about you, but when I first started doing this 5 years ago, my mom thought I was completely crazy. People, the big tech, the friends I had in big tech who were earning $500,000 a year, they had no idea why I was doing it. But it ended up investing in yourself. This is building towards something so much greater. So I completely agree with you. Investing in yourself, investing in equipment, investing in education. And I do think it'll take, like, we have these giant behemoth companies worth billions of dollars. So think about what this matchup has to be. I do think that the universe was designed with some grand balance. It is balance. It doesn't seem like it, but there is balance of this untapped potential. So if it's 100 or so billion-dollar companies that run the global infrastructure, then it's going to take hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of smaller, tiny companies all working together. And hopefully we get to see this network be built out in the next year. That is why I'm really excited to be collaborating on this phone with you as well, because now people are going to have resources available on their phones. I think this is an idea that I've had and probably you have had as well, but some sort of AI self-management tool, right? It gives you directive of goals and it's like, hey, did you do this today? All right, we're tracking it. How many conversations did you have about this? Did you share the meme? Like that kind of stuff I think can be really helpful as well.
Yeah, I think that can be incredibly helpful. And then you can allow people to collaborate together on goals too. There's a lot of things that you can do with these technologies, and so but again, you have to be the lead in the dynamic in how you use the technology, not a passive participant. And I think that's an important thing to teach people is you are responsible for your own life. You are responsible for all aspects of it, including how you use technology. So with this is a good way to kind of segue into, it sounds like you've got a demo or whatever. Do you want to walk through the above phone?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the above phone and above book in the background there. This is in the background, this is our new AI special local private AI series above book. It's called the Quantum series. This is one of the new editions of our above phone, and I'll actually be able to give you a live demo, just quickly running through all the different things it can do. Of course, it has the basics stuff. So if you want to call and text people, it's just like a normal phone. You plug your SIM card in, and you can start calling and texting people. The major difference is it's not connected to that centralized big tech control grid of Google and of Apple. Because of every big agenda that's happened over the last 20 years, contact tracing, digital payments, guess what? That came out through a software update. So they changed the way that billions of people interacted in real time, like literally press the button and boom, hey, now you have this ability. Guess how digital ID is already being rolled out through software updates. So this is a phone that is completely disconnected from big tech. It doesn't have those centralized big tech services in it, and you can still do what you'd like. So for instance, I'm talking to my COO here, and I can use my offline keyboard saying, hey, how are the Black Friday orders doing? Are we still getting those out? We just finished Black Friday. And this is a a local offline voice keyboard that you can use, and it's already set up and ready to go. So I can easily use it. I can text people, I can call people. Then it also has things to change the relationship with your content and your content creators. So there's private ways to watch YouTube. Let's see, Aaron Day. Here we are, the Aaron Day Show. And what's really cool is, you publish your music videos. So what's really cool is you can start to download these videos directly to your phone. Download, there we go. There we go. All right, great. So yeah, it'll actually download everything directly to your phone. It can do this with podcasts. Now, should these videos be taken down, you already have a backup on them, right? So you're being more self-reliant with your data. This phone takes a local first approach. That means if it can happen on your phone, the apps will work with the files on your phone instead of immediately sending it off to a cloud, like every big tech phone is doing nowadays. That's where you get the AI photo scanning from in Apple Photos, Google Photos, all that kind of stuff.
Actually, let me interrupt. Somebody's saying they can't see anything, which I'm not entirely sure. So Ken Barker, I see your comment there that you can't see anything. I mean, it was full screen. I actually exited the screen. So
if you can see me, I think they should be able to see me.
Yeah, I know. I'm just all right. So I'm gonna all right. I'll stop the interruption.
No, you're all good, man. Yeah, if there's a problem with the stream, definitely refresh the page. It can happen sometimes. There's with this phone, it works with any service. You can bring your service and use it on the above phone. It'll actually work with any service in the world, which is really crazy. So if you're in the US, I'm sure there's a lot of people watching in the US. That's great. It works perfectly fine here. If you're in Africa, you got a mobile phone service in Africa, it'll work there, like anywhere in the world, right? So this technology is available, it's ready to use. And you can also, if you really want to, many people use big tech apps for work and things like that, or they use popular apps that they're just used to. You can still get those as well. And there are ways you can use it more privately. Now, obviously, you have to be aware that you're connecting directly to the companies involved. Now, let me just show you kind of the differences. So there's a good app here, Buzz Chat. So for instance, it actually gives you visibility into what the app is doing and which other companies are involved. So if I scroll down on this app, this random app, I don't know anything about it. I just am using it as an example. You scroll down to the privacy section, and there's actually 30 different companies in this app. Now, if you're wondering how they circumvent your constitutional rights and they don't need a warrant to access your data, this is exactly how. Because these 30 companies, Facebook, other companies I don't know, like there's a whole industry. There's thousands of these companies. So they'll aggregate your data. And if you give an app a permission, these 30 companies get that same permission, right? You see where this is going. So they will sell your data off to the highest bidder. In many cases, that is law enforcement. In some other cases, it's NGOs, nonprofits, political organizations to target you. So for the first time, this is a phone that gives you visibility into your apps, and you can make better choices for yourself, which I think is really important. Then all of the apps on the phone are running open source software, which I know Aaron has talked about a lot on his show. And so you can feel really good about the apps that come on the phone, right? There's apps that will let you navigate completely offline. So if I zoom out here, this is a map. This is a map of the United States, and you'll notice as I zoom out that the US is highlighted in green. Canada isn't. That's because I've downloaded a map of the entire United States to my phone, and I can actually navigate anywhere in the US completely offline. Think about that for a second. Even if the grid goes down, as long as the GPS satellites are up, which are kind of doing their own thing, I can navigate anywhere and get turn-by-turn directions. This is really, really powerful. Now, let me show you how I wish it would work in practice. This is what I think we have a year to do. So I used Nashville as an example. And so in Nashville, I mapped out places to forage oyster mushrooms. I mapped out the farmers markets. Here's all the different farmers markets. If I spent more time in Nashville, I would also find the organic farms. I'd find the builders, and I would have these points on my phone. And then what's really cool is you can share these point mappings with other people. And think about how powerful that is. You have one little file that will give you access to all of the untapped resources in a city, all the organic resources, all the institutions that aren't corrupt. That's really, really powerful right there. So I think that either through wisdom or within a few years, by necessity, people will be pushed these phones if they don't want to live under someone else's thumb. So those are a few of the really high-level features of the above phone. Again, it works with there are things like it'll support anything that you would expect from a phone, and it's also got these features that you wouldn't expect. One other really good example of this is these user profiles. So this will actually let you partition your usage into another section of the phone. So let's say you wanted to use a big tech app or you wanted to use social media. Well, it's best to put that on a phone within your phone, completely separate from everything else on the phone. And it's protected with a separate encryption key and PIN code. And here you can see WhatsApp lives here. I know we have a lot of snowbirds in the United States. And if you go to South America, everyone uses WhatsApp. So, hey, you can still use that. It's going to make WhatsApp a little bit more private, but you're still connecting to Facebook servers. And I'll give you an example of that. So you have these abilities to change everything. So for instance, instead of giving WhatsApp the entire access to your contacts, you can pick particular contacts. And I don't have any contacts in this profile, but you would just go through and select the ones you want. So this is actually unlocking privacy features which don't exist on big tech phones, and they're trying to catch up. But guess what? They don't care about security or privacy. They just want to make things easy to use, and they want to be sure they make their money. That's what's important to them. So turns out alternative tech is actually better than big tech. It is better than big tech. Better for your mental health, better for your function, better for your productivity. And that's why this is a really big deal. This technology is ready for you to use here and now.
That's incredible. I'm really looking forward to getting mine. Ken, I know what the issue is. I just turned off it's a new StreamYard function that has the ability to simultaneously have kind of a narrow screen and a wide screen. Yeah. I just turned off the narrow screen thing, so I'll take note of that moving forward. I think most people are seeing it. It must be whatever device you're on. But in any event, I can see a lot of applications here. Did you discuss the BrightLearn AI? Is that
no,
on
I haven't
there?
yet.
Okay.
Yes, that's a good reminder. Thanks. So yes, we do have Enoch or BrightLearn AI on here already. This is a AI client called Chatter UI. And what's really cool is you can start to use this AI on your phone. You want to ask it a question? Let's see. All right. Hey, actually, this is a good question. We had this question today. What percentage of the population is needed to pull their money out of the banks for the banks to collapse? Let's see what it says. Now, it's going to take a while. Note that this is a phone. So even though this thing is powerful, this is our latest generation phone. It's got 16 gigs of RAM. It's still going to take a bit, right? There's no GPU in this thing. So we're going to give it its time to think. While it's doing that, I also want to show you our above book quantum. We're here. And so we already have these available. We just finished our Black Friday sale, and we're rolling into our Christmas sale. That'll happen next week. But there is this nice period of time where you could take advantage of our biggest discounts. So if you go to abovephone.com/daylight, you'll see all these deals here for phones, laptops, and the laptop I'm using right now, this guy in the background with the RGB keyboard, this is the best laptop we've ever done. And it is called the Quantum, which will be on this page by the time you see the replay tomorrow. So look for the Quantum, and it's got a discrete graphics unit in it, so it can do AI really fast. Now, speaking of which, the AI model has loaded on the phone, so it's doing its thing now. Interesting. Enoch says it's 10 to 15% of depositors.
I wonder if that's 10% of depositors or 10% of deposits. I mean, this is a separate thing. I mean, during COVID, the federal they got rid of the reserve requirement, so banks are no longer required to hold 10% in reserves. The whole system is over leveraged, but nevertheless, 10 to 15. It's not 50%. It's a manageable number.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, it's very, very extensive. I really like how it is citing real examples, and I mean, those are worth studying as well. So yeah, I mean, I agree. It's 10% is quite a lot. I don't think it's leveraged much past that. So, I mean, these are really cool things that you can ask it. You can ask it on the fly. And guess what? This is going to be much better. I mean, I've tested it across many, many different things. It would alarm you what you could ask this AI, and it'll tell you. And it's really, really powerful. It's something I think should be on everyone's phone. And it's not going to give you some like bullshit pseudo-intellectual answer like Grok. That's just usually nonsense. So
yeah, I've demonstrated the Bright U. I don't even know what to call it. I know the name changes a bit, but I've demonstrated on here several times. And one of the first things that I asked it was, what are 10 natural cures for cancer, which you're not going to get any other AI to even engage.
It's going to be like Neuralink, driving a Tesla.
or it's going to say, oh, there are no cures.
Yeah.
Consult your doctor, right?
Consult your doctor, yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Well, no. So this is really cool to have this type of power, and so I'll show you really quick. Here is something that let's see. What was I asking it here? There you go. All right. So I was asking it, how far should I be moving away from a homestead? And it gave me this really amazing answer. And so this laptop does about 12 to 15 tokens a second, which is really good for real-time use. And it's giving me a really amazing outline of the process I should follow. It actually helped me because I am looking for a homestead, and it added a lot of things that I had missed in my manual research. So, as you are going about your process of taking ownership of your life, maybe spreading that to others, it can really start from zero and give you an entire plan, which I think is it's one of the most powerful thing about it. Mike and his team have done an incredible job. Any thoughts on using Enoch like individually? What are your thoughts?
I love using Enoch. I use it all the time. I use different models for different things, right? I mean, obviously, if I'm coding, I may use a different model. But if I actually need information, Enoch is the go-to because it actually has useful information that hasn't been sanitized. So, I mean, I always recommend using different AIs. I mean, I wouldn't use Enoch for image generation, but it is the go-to app if I'm actually looking to get answers to questions. And in particular, anything related to health, you're going to get a completely different perspective. I mean, we talked about creating tools. I've created this tool where I've taken my genetic information and then it kind of matches it against a database of, right, these are known conditions related to this part of the genome, and then I feed that information into Enoch to come up with some suggested natural alternatives to improving or reducing a risk factor or improving a certain thing. So, I've got it on my computer, and I just call it as through an API through this thing that I've created. And so I highly recommend that people use it, as I have been, but the fact that it can be on a phone, that you don't have to be connected to the internet, that is actually incredibly powerful. So, no matter what happens, you're going to have all of this information available to you at your fingertips on your device. And what I like to say is, when people talk about crypto, there's a famous saying, not your keys, not your crypto. In other words, if you don't have the crypto in your self-custody, if you have it on an exchange or, through an ETF or something, then you really don't own it. The same is kind of true with these AIs. These AI models can get shut down. You can lose access to the internet. So I actually, when Mike first announced this, I actually asked him, I interviewed him, hey, any chance you're going to make a kind of a self-custody version of this? And so it's only like 60 days later he had it. And now the fact that you have it on a Degoogled phone is a game changer. And one of the things that I'm excited about with what you're doing and what hopefully we can do together is to be able to take a number of these privacy solutions, maybe put a Zano wallet on there, put different things on there where now, because I will tell you, I've done workshops. It's hard to get people signed up for this. I mean, just even getting somebody to download a crypto wallet and get it installed, that's a whole thing. If there's a way to just say, hey, look, here's an initial turnkey solution, boom, you now have a private phone, and that private phone already has pre-installed, a handful of other privacy apps. You don't have to go through the whole rigmarole. That actually reduces friction in a big way and will help us to accelerate people getting out of these dystopian centralized solutions.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm really excited about our collab. I have some questions for you, as well as which AI models should be on the phone in addition to Enoch. And as you were saying that, I just wanted to show you the above book. And this is what installing Xano looks like. I didn't prep this or anything. This is our software store. So on Linux, installing packages, installing programs can be painful. Here's how hard it is to install Xano. I search for Xano. There's Xano. Either will work, but the app image is easier. Apply it. And then I type in my password. And it's going to do its thing and install it, and then it'll be there. So what we've tried to do with our laptop and phone, like you said, is just to make it as seamless and low friction as possible. And that's really what we need to expand. So this thing is this above book's already set up with a lot of the things you'll need. There we go. Xano's installed. Let's see. Xano, privacy blockchain, boom. There it is, right? So if there's some of you out there and you guys are kind of hesitating because you've never used Linux before, it is not hard. It is not hard. And just from using Linux for such a long time, we've been able to put together this operating system, which makes it super, super easy. I really love that it uses Arch Linux. I'm going to try and turn you on to this, Aaron. I'm sure once you get a laptop too, you're going to be convinced. But Arch Linux is the only Linux distribution that has a user repository where anyone can package software and make it available, which makes it the most decentralized distribution of Linux. So that's why I can do something like that here. Boom, Xano, there it is. And so it makes it really, really easy. Then there are also tools like OnlyOffice, which uses, so if you have office work that you need to do, or you see yourself managing a business, you can use tools like this. Here we go. Here is a spreadsheet, right? This is basically Microsoft Office, except OpenAI is not scanning your documents to learn from your business. You're actually able to use the native Microsoft formulas. So it's literally Excel, but you're not paying your dues to Microsoft, and that's beautiful. So you can do a lot of the stuff that you still need to do in this Linux environment. It's you're not going to lose out on much.
Well, this is something that a lot of people that aren't familiar with Linux, I've been using for computers for so long that, Linux didn't have a graphical user interface. So I don't know if most people are aware of the fact that it is an actual graphical user interface and not just a text thing. So that my early experiences with Linux were, it was frustrating, but nevertheless, you could mumble your way through it. But now it is just as easy to use. Well, actually, I can't even use Windows anymore. Windows is not easy to use. Linux is actually easier to use than Windows. So that's just something to keep in mind. And the NVIDIA that I have actually runs Linux. So, I'm looking forward to checking out one of those as well. So yeah, I'm excited about that version of Linux, and we'll check that out as well.
So I guess I'll share it if it's all right with you. We want to make a Daylight Edition phone. Yeah, that's yes. The vibe. So yep. We're going to have all your apps on it. That's the plan. And you'll be able to just access them from the home screen of the phone. It'll be right there. There should probably be an AI model on it too, right? What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, I'd love to have an AI model. I would say Enoch. Certainly, if there's going to be an AI model, that would be the way to go.
So that's going to have Enoch. It's going to have the platforms you're building. It's going to have a Nano wallet on it. So it's really the phone you want to get excited about. I think this is going to come as you launch some of these projects, but I'm just really excited about it. I would say 2026, early 2026, you'll see this phone out there, and I know I'll be promoting it on my end, and I know your projects are going to be abundant and successful. So there will be a lot of people, and I'm very excited how we can work together to make the experience on the phone directed as well and purposeful. There's so much that can be done with having a personal assistant that helps you keep track of what you're doing. That's kind of some of the stuff I'm working on, is project management with AI. How can I keep myself on track? So
yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, I look forward to collaborating on that and also getting feedback from the community. Because again, I will tell you, having done these workshops, it's eye-opening, and I know people, the hardest part for people is taking the first step. I wrote a book and I would do these talks and everything else, and people would read the book a couple of times, they'd listen to a talk, but they wouldn't go so far as to download a wallet. This is why I went from talks to actually doing workshops. But if people could have a phone out of the gate that solved most of their problems, and all they had to do is power up the phone, it's a game changer.
What I think we should do, Aaron, is depending on how much space we have at the beginning of this year, is we should do a group live stream. We should do kind of a time thing. Hey, get your Daylight phone in this time frame so you can be on a live call where we all go through it together. There's different actions we could take. We could learn how to use it together. That's typically what we do with our products too. But I think that would be worth it simply because there's so much packed on there. And you're right, it is that first step. What I hear, we hear from a few people is if they don't reach out to us, or they don't have someone to keep them accountable, they won't take the first step. So maybe that's a good idea. We all do it together at some point in the first quarter next year.
I love that idea, and I think we could probably get the Xano community and a lot of the other people involved and promoting that as a big event. I think we can make a huge splash with this. And as you said, we have until 2027, so it's not like this is something we can kind of inch our way towards. The faster we do it, the better. So I think that's a brilliant idea, and I'm all in on that.
The Daylight phone, the race against digital ID, season 1. It's like a show. Are we going to survive? I don't know. Find out next time on the stream.
Yeah, but I think we'd have to do them every month, because we don't have a full year to even wait to have a second season. Either we get it done quickly enough, or it's over. But No, I think that would be tremendous, and there are a lot of things that we can tie into in terms of the sites and what we're rolling out. And from my perspective, the end of January is when I'm planning on having these 6 sites really ready. I mean, right now, a lot of them are in various phases of testing and everything else, but the plan is that they're all going to be ready for prime time by the end of January.
Yeah, I'm super excited for it. It's just so crazy how when I first started my career, it would take at least a year of a team of people to build this, and here you are building 8 platforms on your own, and it hasn't been that long, and yeah, I just love it. And I know how much work it takes too. I mean, this AI development, it's not necessarily easy. It's a new frontier, so you really have to know what you're doing and play around with it. So I'm super excited to see these, and I think that the crowdsourced element of many of them is the right way. So I would love to see people using it on the phone. And you've inspired me too. Like, I am starting to work on my own projects, kind of in that same vein. Nothing that I can share freely yet, but on that same vein of bringing people together to co-promote each other and to actually take real action to get the numbers we need. So yeah, I'm super excited to do this. So that's it, guys. There will be a Daylight Freedom Phone coming early January, sometime in January, and we'll have a live call for it. So I hope you guys are excited. Yeah, and let us know your ideas too, because it's a community effort.
Well, I was going to say, one thing that I think you told me is that the average age of your customer was trended older than I thought. I don't know if you want to discuss that, but that was actually that was music to my ears, because I will tell you, the problem that I've found is that older people understand the importance of privacy but struggle with the tech, and the younger people may be tech native but they don't understand the importance of privacy. So I think you may have cracked a really important element of this. Not that it's just for older people, because it's not. It's obviously for everyone. But I think that you've really hit on something that is one of the biggest points of friction that I've experienced. And by the way, most of the workshops that I've done have probably trended. The average person is boomer age. So that is just realistically what's happened.
This is something just kind of bigger to the libertarian and freedom and truther and health freedom movements, is that you get to kind of see the wisdom of a lot of people who were fighting this fight before I was, and they're still with us, and they're the ones who come out. And there are many reasons for that. There is just the brainwashing of generations that's happened. There is the economic weight of young people not being able to travel and not having free time for this stuff. There's all those reasons. But I think that the one thing that's really important is technical literacy. Whether you like it or not, we live in the age of information. That's just the energy of these times. And so we need to learn to work with it sooner rather than later. So I feel very blessed that we have so many wonderful people from the older generation supporting us. Honestly, it's a wonderful relationship that we kind of grow. We've had to step up our support game to make things approachable for people who are coming with no literacy background, technical literacy background. And that's made us step up our game. And that's what we need to do, just to make it seamless and to have this available to everyone. Privacy tech can be a little different simply because normal technology is designed to make you dumber. It's designed to take away your ability. Maps were designed to take away your ability to drive. Now people can't tell the directions. Even normal personalized AI is taking away your ability to think. It can also do the opposite if you know how to use it, like you and I. So if you have young people in your life, tell them, share with them what we're trying to do here, because this is really, really important. That's also some of the work I'm going to try to do next year, is to do something about the surveillance that is going on in schools. There's also a whole generation of homeschoolers, maybe the first generation, that is getting to that late adolescent age, around 14, 15, 16, where they're going to need to use a phone. And of course, I'm going to try to equip them with the best tools they have, and add on to their education, or just offer them pieces that they can take with them. So I think it's exciting to like have the next generation already coming behind us, and I kind of want to pour my attention on them, because the older folks, they got it down. I'm really happy with how much action they've taken.
Well, that's terrific, and I have twins that are 15, so I know I've been working on trying to get them involved. My son's very, very involved. He's actually taking the privacy mantle, and he's actually starting to do some coding and everything else. And so maybe we can tap into them as a resource as well. So if we can get both of them on board, then we're on to something.
Do they have phones yet, Aaron?
They do have phones, and they have computers, and so, but
there's what I was going to say, where I was going with that was, I'd be interested because just growing up in your family, I'm sure you've opened their eyes to the way the world works, and it's very interesting, like how some kids in school nowadays, they don't give the surveillance a second thought because they've been conditioned to it. But I'm always interested in what like a homeschooler thinks about, like the weird surveillance that is going on in their phones. And it's very interesting to me, because if we can get the young people to talk about it, it's a really big deal. We need young people to share it with other young people.
Well, I was involved with political activism the entire time that they've been growing up. And at one point we had somebody from the AG's office basically break into my house and hand my son, who I believe was like 2 or 3 at the time, a subpoena. So they've had a different set of experiences with respect to this. So I'm not even sure they fully understand all of it yet, but they're becoming more and more aware of it. And then having to grow up through COVID and everything, it's been a whole new kind of game plan. But yeah, I think that there's potential there, and the fact that we've got to make it cool. We have to make privacy cool. If we can make privacy cool, then I think that's a way to attract the younger folks. And if we make it easy, that's the way to get the older folks. And so I'm very, very excited about this.
I'm going to keep that. Make it cool for the younger folks. Make it easy for the older folks.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
There we go.
Cool and easy.
Cool and easy. So very good. So I'm coming on your show this week, correct?
Yes, and so we've got that scheduled for this week, which I'm really excited about that, and to dig into this issue around crypto. I want to go into a lot of the questions you've published in your Thanksgiving document. I would love for us to discuss those questions and go deeper into, all right, was Bitcoin a honeypot the whole time? Half of the time? Like, this is really, really interesting to me, and just do a deep dive on that stuff, because crypto is a space that I've been using Bitcoin since 2012, but in no way am I an expert in it. I also haven't lived a life completely on crypto, so I'd love to hear about kind of your experiences and work around. I think that's all that is valuable, in addition to all your work. So that show will air soon. It's going to be on Substack, tbot.substack.com, if you guys want to follow. And yeah, I'm super excited to have you on, bro.
Awesome. I'm putting that at tbot.substack.com. I'm just putting that down in the notes as well. So I encourage everybody to check that out and subscribe. Great, terrific content. Obviously, as you can tell, probably just from this interview, but I encourage you to check out all of his material and get a copy of this digital ID report. I think that it's an eye opener for sure. If you didn't have enough to worry about, seriously though, when you read this document, you will understand that we are not dealing with a future problem. We're actually describing a current situation, and that needs to be addressed with urgency, not complacency. And that's kind of unfortunately where I think we're stuck right now.
And it's I've been trying to frame it as the best thing that could have ever happened, as the boats are being burned behind us. There is nowhere else to go. I really liked what you said too. No, the control grid is the default. Being a slave is the default. This is what we're working towards. And And so, yes, do check out the digital ID report. You could go to abovephone.com/digital. It's just, we ask you for an email, then we send you the report. And it's got a section of every continent. And I go into like the countries that are where everyone is using digital ID, and I try and give you a look at what life is like in those countries. Then we go into some of the countries like Russia, China, and India to see the human rights abuses that are in store for us if we just go on and be complacent to this. So it's definitely worth the read, but I don't want you to be afraid. I want you to be empowered in that we have no choice but to break these chains. So thanks for sharing that. I'm also going to ask my audience right now what questions they have for you. So we'll have some questions from the audience for our interview in a few days.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, listen, I mean, I know I've taken a lot of your time. I'm going to continue on a little bit. This podcast sometimes goes on for 4 or 5 hours, and so I certainly don't have any stick around for that.
No.
I was going to just show people the book generation thing, and then usually I have people come on with just kind of a general Q&A. I don't know how much that's going to happen tonight. You're welcome to stay, but certainly no obligation. And I know we all have a lot of stuff to do.
Thank you for having me. I'll definitely listen in the background, and you're crushing it. Aaron Day with the day-long live streams. Legend, bro.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much. Very excited about our collaboration. Very excited to come on your show later this week. And everybody stay tuned. January is going to be where we really kick this off. And, I'm inspired by what you've done. And I think we have a real shot at stopping this technocracy and building a better future.
I know we do. Yes, man. Thanks again for having me. And thank you for watching, everyone out there.
Awesome. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
All right, that was great. Great guest. I was very excited when I saw his presentation in Mexico, and then have encountered him a couple of other times over the course of the last year. And I think he's really got the right approach. And I think the way that he's even approached these phones and computers and everything, he really is clearly trying to help empower people. So it's not just, you could do a privacy thing that's really complicated. I've seen that happen a lot. I mean, I've been to conferences where somebody's like, oh yeah, well, all you have to do to run a Monero node is you can bring this box and connect it to a Linux machine. It's like a 10-step process. And he's actually managed to come up with a solution that's not only private, but the user interface is easier than what you get from big tech. So really grateful to be partnering with him, and look forward to having him on in the future. I do have some more material to go through tonight, and then I will open up the Q&A as well. I'll send around the link now. I didn't have a chance to reach out to a lot of the regulars that show up, but here's the link to the live Q&A, and we're not starting that yet, but if you want to kind of get ready for it or share it around, that would be great. One of the things that, let me pull this up. See if this is the right thing. Here we go. So I want to go back to what Mike has been doing with now called BrightLearn AI. And this is truly remarkable what he has put together here. So again, just to recap, he spent $2 million in the last few years, just not only building his own AI, but really collecting and gathering all of this information from around the world. That's not even just the stuff that he's been cataloging himself over the decades. But I mean, he was telling me that he was getting original source documents from China and then having them translated. I mean, truly, it is a data set that you cannot get. And the more I've studied the other models, and again, I use them for different things, coding and everything else, but one of the problems is that they're trained on the general internet, and they're trained on things like Reddit. So it's actual slop. I think I even saw Anthropic came up with a situation that said, well, lo and behold, if you train something on Reddit, your AI might start taking, the form of a psychopath in a way. And that is not the data that Mike has used. So really excited about that. And the latest thing that he's created, I got to be careful here to not share my key, but I'm going to share my screen on this. This is called BrightLearn AI. And let me see here. All right, so BrightLearn.ai. Let me remove this, add this. All right, there we go. BrightLearn.ai, and what you can do is you can actually create your own book, full-length book, using his AI. So he's given me a key. He's going to be releasing this. I don't know how he's releasing the keys to be able to do this. But in essence, the way that it works is, I'll show you the link. So you put in what is the topic that you'd like for your book, and you have up to 75,000 characters for the prompt, for the description. So which is quite hefty. So obviously, one of the things that you learn about AI in general is that prompting is the key to everything. So he actually gives you a book prompting guide. And so there's a whole book on it that you can actually download or just actually take the book and throw it into the AI and ask the AI to read the book and tell you the best approach. But I've already created 2 books, and I've got a third one in the queue that might be generated by the time this podcast is over. And so what is incredible about this? Let me get the right, there we go. So you can see, so I think this thing was just launched Friday or something, Thursday or Friday of last week, and there have already been 164 books created, 10,000 reads, 14,800 downloads. Understand something, these are free books. So all of this is free, and it gets generated nearly instantly. And what he does with the book generation is it's mapped against all of this data he's collected, and he has a petabyte plus of information. I mean, he's actually described to me how he's kind of built the RAID system and everything that he has for hard drives and all the information that he has. So when it's generating the book and it's generating the content is actually fact checked directly against his database that has the primary source material in it. So when you see the book generated, the book actually comes with the citations of the primary sources. And so this is groundbreaking in terms of what you can do with it. And so I created, just quickly, let me share the tab. So I created 2 quick books. One called Quantum Sovereignty, which is the uncensored guide to decentralized health, AI-powered biophysics, and reclaiming your body's energy code. So you can actually go through here. You can download a PDF. For subtitles, there's an audio version, and I'll show you. I've actually created my own audiobook system as well for my own books and for any other books. Or you can just read it right online. So based on a prompt that I gave his system, it created a full book with 10 chapters in it. And you can see the references and citations, and this is pulled directly from the data set that Mike has collected over these past few years. And you'll see, in this particular instance, it has Bruce Lipton, Lynn McTaggart, naturalnews.com, and other sources. These are not sources that you will find when you're using any of the traditional models. And so I was excited about that. So I tried this as a starting point, the simple topic of biophysics and quantum sovereignty. I thought that'd be a good initial test, and it did well on that. And then I thought, well, I wonder how well it could do fiction, because I wrote my book, The Final Countdown, and the first chapter of The Final Countdown is kind of a science fiction. Here's what'll happen by 2030 if everything that Hakeem and I were just talking about tonight happens with digital IDs and everything else. But I wrote this chapter based on programs that are actually existing in the world. So I talk about the MAID program in Canada and everything else. I wouldn't say it's world-class science fiction by any stretch of the imagination. And it's pretty dark. There's actually chapters available for free on brownstone.org. It's the first article that I published. But I decided to have it create an entire book about technocracy in the style of Philip K. Dick. So I gave it that. I didn't get really complicated. I gave it a pretty simple outline. I mean, again, the more detailed the prompt, the better the output was going to be. But I've actually been listening to the audiobook version of this, and I've found it to be pretty enjoyable. So I mean, it's kind of, we talked earlier, like I'm starting to listen to my own AI music, and I'm going to start listening to my own audiobooks and reading my own books. But it's something that I have on in the background. I mean, I like science fiction as a genre. A lot of it has the potential to be woke, but now it's kind of like, I can create my own science fiction, and I can specify the style and the topics and have it. And then, on my own end, when I'm generating the prompt, I can go through and have an interaction with the AI where I spend a lot of time, thinking through what the outline is going to be and what the content is going to be. So it's kind of like it's a co-creative process. It's kind of it's not a choose your own adventure. It's a write your own adventure model. So, I think he said his goal is to have, 10,000 of these free books available in a short period of time. But this is what I mean. I've been talking a lot about the power of this. And if you saw the music videos that I did, I mean, I've spent a lot of time creating this system to create these music videos, and it's not perfect, but man, I'll tell you, it's a lot better than it was 4 months ago when I started. And I see a path where by the end of this year, based on what I'm doing, I could create episodes or short movies just with what I have, which is not, certainly even state of the art. And so this is the power of this technology is, if you can think about it, if you can come up with an idea, you can create it. And so I wanted to show everybody this so that, one, check out these books, but then, at some point you'll be able to create your own books. I think this is another phenomenal free gift that Mike has given to humanity. And you can see some of these other titles. I mean, I haven't even had a chance to look through all of this, but Blackout. So right here, let me go through and look at, I think there's a way to pick, what are that's page 2. Let's see what the top books are so far. So most popular, The Self-Sufficient Flock, The Complete Guide to Raising Happy, Healthy Chickens, Toxic Pantry, The Mirage of Power, Cancer Collapse, Awaken Your Inner Middle Finger, that's a good one, Your Digital Doctor, Sovereign Survival Guide. I will tell you that the next book that I have coming out that I've submitted, I gave it a very detailed outline, is going to be a book about Xano. It's kind of the beginner's guide to Xano. And so this is really cool. And I know Mike continues to add more and more information, and I think I'm going to connect him with my data sets as well, so that in the future you'll be able to generate books that's based on my research, some of my books, even some of the podcast content, maybe one of the sources in here. I mean, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, I have my computers running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if I'm not using the computer, I mean, then at night it's processing data. I'm downloading content and primary source information, putting it into a database, kind of like with the Technocracy Atlas, so that we can search data and know what the source of the data is. So my computers are always running and collecting data. And I think the more of us do that, Mike obviously has done what I'm doing times 100 or 1,000. But the more of us do that, download this content, get it into our own possession, and then start sharing with each other, and then start sharing tools that allow us to dynamically create and repackage material. This is how we defeat the technocrats, because the technocrats are building these systems where it's like, okay, here's our centralized system built on the web and Reddit. And then we're going to add regulation, and then we're going to add our own constitution that describes what information of this junk data set gets presented back to you. I mean, that's not a very compelling future. But if you can know what data you're accessing, and we're able to, your mind can go all kinds of places. Imagine if you had the Vatican Library or some of the other, some other data sources. So there are a lot of tablets and so forth that have not been translated yet. There's a whole bunch of information out there, that knowledge that can be kind of put into these databases and sorted, that's never before been in a state where you could search it or combine ideas throughout the entirety of human history from different cultures. And so anyway, I encourage you to check this out, and I'm going to show you the audiobook thing that I created. So let me go to this tab. So this, let me see if this is appearing on the screen. All right, so this is a little audiobook reader that I created. So I took my own books and then ran them through a voice, a thing called 11 Labs. So it basically took the text and then put it into audiobook form. So I'll just play the, I'll go pick this.
Gonzalez.
No, hold on, I'll go to chapter 2. I ended up changing the voice. I don't like that voice. So here, I'll just play a small section of this so that you can get a flavor for the type of content that's created and the fact that you can turn it into an audiobook.
Chapter 2, Bread, Circuses, and the Pantheon. Aaron Sachs's Manic Broadcasts. The Patriot Games, A Spectacle of Nothing. Peter Vane's Dinner of the Damned. The Yarvin Protocol. Democracy as Bug. Simon Allred's Benevolent Oversoul. Harlan Vance and the Rationed Apocalypse.
Can you hear that? Actually, could somebody confirm if you could even hear that? Because I always get a little bit nervous. Usually, if I share out a tab, you can actually hear what's coming out. But if somebody could just chime in on whether they could hear. Yep. Okay. Good. All right. Let me try this.
Public health triumph. It's a house of cards built on lies, propped up by greed, and held together by the flimsiest of narratives. That we should trust the very institutions that have spent decades proving they can't be trusted. The choice, as always, is ours. Keep watching the spectacle, or walk out, and take your health, your children, and your future with you. References: Del Bigtree, The High Wire. Episode on VAERS and vaccine safety reporting.
Well, actually, that highlights something. So I picked a segment in the chapter. This is one thing I need to work on, because for the audiobook, it actually reads the entire chapter, and then at the end of each chapter are the citations. I don't necessarily want the citations read when I'm doing the audiobook, but that did highlight one thing. So it's like, so I had it write this science fiction book about, and the whole concept of Silicon Cathedral is it's kind of playing off of Curtis Yarvin's, model. He's labeled these institutions, the cathedral, like our, modern media and everything else, and turned this into a thing. And when you dig into it, they're doing this just to label, our existing institutions as being faulty, which they are. But of course, what Yarvin is doing at the same time is they're creating their own versions that, upon close reflection, are actually exactly the same. But in any event, he quoted Del Bigtree and a whole bunch of other sources. And so as you go through the different chapters, you can actually see what information is being referenced. Even though this is a work of science fiction, the concepts and the ideas in the science fiction book themselves are actually based on actual information. So anyway, I encourage you to check that out, and more to say on this, and I'll have Mike on at some point to go through this in more detail, but he's working on some really cool stuff. And again, this is why I like collaborating. This is why I'm glad that we're collaborating with Hakeem, and this is why on this podcast I try to show people what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So I'm not really putting together necessarily formal presentations. I'm like, hey, this is what I'm working on now, just to show people the potential of this technology. And I think, once people start dabbling with it, once you realize, I can spend literally 5 minutes writing an outline and have an entire book created. That is absolutely phenomenal. And so there are some exciting things. And this is a way of packaging up. If I want to know something about a particular topic, like quantum biology, or whatever the topic may be, when you go through the generation phase, you not only put in your outline and hold on a second here. You can actually put in the outline, but you can specify the tone. So he's got 5 or 6 different tones. Do you want it to be? Is it a doom thing? Is it more academic? Is it easy reading? And I'm sure he's going to be expanding the categories over time. So I can't even imagine where what he's already created is phenomenal, but I can see the direction that it's going in. And so this really helps you to learn, right? and then, you know, there are other aspects to this. People learn in different ways. Some people are visual learners. Some people are auditory learners. I mean, there's a whole, you know, I've been studying how people learn. So you say, you know, repeating the information back or taking quizzes or whatever it happens to be. But based on everybody, on your individual unique learning style, you're going to be able to kind of learn at what the optimal pace for you in the optimal way for you, as opposed to the way, you know, public education works or our existing institutions work, where everything is assumed to be one size fits all. I mean, I can't tell you how many people have been pegged as having learning disabilities that have IQs off the charts. That's just that their learning style doesn't meet the kind of Rockefeller factory school institution approach. So in any event, I wanted to show you guys that, and I hope you check it out. And there will be a Zano book coming along soon. And, you know, I may even try to, depending on the content, you know, for instance, as you know, some of these podcasts, you know, I'll spend an hour doing a whole presentation where it's, you know, I've researched it and put together, you know, slides and presentation material and everything else. I might start just creating companion books to go along with it as well, kind of in a similar content. It's like, hey, maybe you want to listen to this podcast for 5 hours and participate in a Q&A. Maybe you just want to see the memes. Maybe you want to read a book. Maybe you want to hear an audiobook format of it. I'm just trying to get information out. And I've been spending a lot of time figuring out, well, how can I do this in multiple formats that are suitable for the individuals? I really like, obviously, I like doing the music part of it as well. So, you know, music, memes, long form, Q&A, whatever it happens to be, I'm going to continue to take an approach of experimenting with different ways of packaging up content and presenting up content so that we can get the information out there. So I wanted you to be aware of that resource. And again, I'm very grateful. All of this is free. So I'm very grateful to Mike for everything that he's done and continues to do. I mean, throughout all of the stuff that he's been doing, but this is truly phenomenal. And I know he's working on some stuff now with robotics and, you know, trying to you know, take an open source approach to, you know, kind of being able to hack robots, and he's got some other cool things coming up in the future. So, yeah, check that out. And at this point, I mean, I guess that's really effectively the end of it. If you want to join the Q&A, I'm going to send some links around now that I have not had the time to do yet. So I'm sure I'll come up with some things to talk about while I'm sending these links around. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to shoot those over as well. Yeah, there's so much that's happened, you know, just not doing the podcast for an entire week, you know. So I went to Florida, and so my wife and I went to Florida, and in the process of this, there was this new Google model, Google Gemini model 3.0 that was released. And that was really big news. And along with it came Nano Banana Pro, which I know these things sound weird, but I would say, by the way, is probably hands down the best. Here we go. Is probably the best image generation tool I've ever seen. I mean, some of the memes that I put out recently, I mean, they've cracked the code on text. Hey, how are you?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, I can't see myself on there, but that's cool. Good. You were just in Florida?
Yeah, we're coming back in a couple of weeks too. I've mentioned this before, and I've actually now confirmed it with my genetics. I mean, I literally can't. I'm not efficient with vitamin D, and so I do have seasonal issues being here in New Hampshire. So we now understand that at least once a month we've got to go south. So we're coming back down in a couple of weeks.
Whereabouts in Florida are you headed?
Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, West Coast, East Coast.
Yep.
Yeah, down south.
Yep, indeed.
I'm up in North Florida, so completely different country.
Yep.
It actually is the country. We're in the south here. You're headed back. We call the north.
Yeah.
Hey, I think I got a couple. ideas about getting people onboarded for your, getting people to download wallets. It's as simple and as hard as doing that because most people can't even do that. But there are a couple of apps that were coded by, this is going back to Ravencoin, by one of the they're all open source, that I think is a brilliant way for getting people on board. And I can show it to you a little bit if you got a minute, or you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
do it.
okay. Well, I'm going to drop you a link here. Is there a chat on? Where's the chat? I was going to drop you a link. Is there? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'll drop you a link in the private chat. Now, what this is, I call it a single asset wallet. It's the GitHub. It's open source. He calls it a wear and tear wallet. And what it is you can just send an asset to this address you see here that's on that page. And you can run, this is all on testnet. And then you can put your address in here and send one to yourself. Okay. So obviously the web page can be set up any way it is. So my idea is, let's say you have a QR code and you have a poster. It could be a music poster. It could be a web page. It could be a book signing poster. It could be at the book signing. And you scan the book, the QR code, and it brings you to a web page like this with, we could say lemonade. Now, if you go up here and change lemonade in the address to butter, it'll show you the butter token. If you sent the Aaron Day token up there and put Aaron Day up in the address, it would show you your token. And you can run this little server on your own. So you go here, you say, okay, it says, name your wallet, or what's your name? And you put in your name, Aaron R. Day, and you click receive. Okay. And what it does at that point is I'm going to show you the second part here. I'm going to drop this.
So wait, what do you? I've got the GitHub. What should I be looking at?
Okay, the first one I sent was ravenrebs.com.
Okay, yeah, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, the GitHub is just the code for that demo.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
So the Ravenrebs is the demo, and obviously you can set this web page up to look any way you want, right?
Yeah.
So you set a QR code, it brings somebody to this web page where it says whatever your NFT is, okay? And it says enter your name or name your wallet. And you put in a name, deadheaded, whatever, and hit receive, okay? What it then does is if you go look at that third link I dropped in there, and you're free to share these links. These are all open source. So yeah, there you go. There's the first link. So right now you can receive a Lemonade token by putting in if you scroll that page down, there's a place to put in it's all on testnet, but put in a Ravencoin address.
Yep.
If you were using this for somebody who didn't have a Ravencoin address at all, you'd say enter a name and hit receive. Okay. The second part of this would be that third link I just dropped you where it says testnet.tingfinance.
Yep.
Now, if you pull that up, now you can see right there, you can put any name you want in here and create yourself a no password wallet. Okay. So, and you can see there's some down here that are by default. If you put in Elvis 25, now if you click on that first one, Drake Smith. Now, if you put your name in here, it's not going to show your wallet on this menu down here. It's going to create you a wallet. These are just to show you. So, but if you click on that first one, you can see that you can have a wallet, a link to a wallet, no password. Now, if somebody knows the name of the wallet, anybody can get into it, but that's not the point. It's a simple cryptocurrency wallet that all they have to do, click a QR code, put in their name, click receive, and here they've got a wallet. It brings them right to their Drake Smith wallet, if that's the name. Now, in here, you have your NFT, like these that are in here, that show your book signing or your music or Aaron Day's, freedom websites and stuff. You have another token in here that says set up a secure wallet. If they want to get a password wallet, they can go get a password wallet. Then you have it for Xano or Ravencoin or whatever you want. But the point is now you also have a button in here that says icon or bookmark. And you bookmark this web page on their phone. So they can click that phone and can always come back to their wallet insecure. But you also now have a mailing address, because everybody that's going to QR code and put in a wallet name received your token, you can now send more tokens to. They can come back and check here.
Yep.
And obviously, all this server is open source. I can give you the GitHub for all of this. In fact, if you just go to Ting Finance, ting.finance, you'll see some of the back end stuff there, and it's all for free. So QR code, you drop into it, a single asset wallet. They put in a name. Now you can have your website check that the name's not a double on your server. So you don't have a bunch of Robert Smith wallets and they're all using the same wallet.
Right.
You know, obviously you have some functioning on top of your website.
Yep.
And that, but that's my thought and then you can put the service up there because there's sites out there that generate a QR code. Well, there's no reason why you couldn't, like the one where they go back to the Lemonade token site. Well, you have a site right just like this. You can send any token you want to this receive address, and then that name will be up there. Well, if I'm a band and I want to do an NFT and put up posters around or wherever, I could drop a token in here and add this QR code to my band poster. Yep. And start to build an address list. And then they got all these people that don't use a wallet, all of a sudden have a wallet.
Yep.
So might be something you want to try. Obviously, you can put it on your website. So you got the expertise.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. I know the Xano guys have done something like that as well, because that is always an issue with, is getting the wallet set up right away. That can be a barrier. And
you could do this with Xano tokens.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. You absolutely could. So this is great. Yeah. No, these are the kinds of solutions that we need, because obviously there are a lot of barriers to using this stuff.
Right, and that's why something like this, which is already there, anybody can build on this. You just got to stick a web page on front of it.
Yep. Cool.
So, but great talk, man. I do have to say, the last few episodes have been excellent. I just wish you weren't so shadow banned.
Yeah, I know it's a shame. I guess I'm used to it. But I will tell you, so since I started talking about technocracy, that really is a hot button. I guess not surprisingly, particularly given that Musk is explicitly a technocrat. I mean, we're at the point now where what's baffling to me is he's calling for UBI. It's not going to be universal basic income. It's going to be universal, high income, and he's calling for energy-based currency and everything. Everything he's calling for is explicitly technocracy, and people they don't know, they're just cheering it on, and it's quite a sight to see.
Well, they do have a problem. They know limitless energy is coming, not free but cheap, super cheap. I mean, we already have it, but now it's out in the public, and it's actually being disclosed at a breathtaking pace. That I've been following, and so how do you charge people energy credits when you've got a fusion generator that can generate 10 times the amount of energy it puts in?
Well,
in a 90-foot form factor.
Well, the weird part, and he's inconsistent about it, is Musk will say, well, yeah, this is backed by energy and this is important. And on the other hand, he'll say, well, but solar is everything. And he'll talk about Kardashev scales and everything else. And so it doesn't even make sense, other than once you realize that the initial rollout of this is a control system. And the whole point of having an initial energy credit-based system is about control. So he's pushing pushing that aspect. I mean, did you see that new movie that came out about disclosure? What is it called? The Age of Disclosure?
Yeah, it's what's his name? One of his Greer.
No, this one wasn't Greer. Maybe it's a different one. It literally just came out a week ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. It's on. Yeah, I've seen the movie. I haven't watched it. I've seen the.
I saw it. I mean, I've watched the Greer stuff before too, and I'm looking at this and like, well, one way, either they've been lying to us for 80 years or they're lying to us now. Because I mean, Marco Rubio's literally out there, it's a very frustrating thing to watch. But I mean, I think we're gearing up for a big psyop. Maybe around December the 19th with this 3i Atlas thing.
Yeah, well, somebody else had mentioned the second week in December recently, and it's hard to say when they're going to tip the scales. I think they're changing their plans all the time. I think they're using high-level AI. I think they want to implement the control grid and the money system without as much upheaval as they can. They know they can do it by war. They know they can do it by pandemic. They know they can do it by financial crash. There's many ways to drive people to do it. But if they can quickly get people to say, okay, yes, I'll just switch over to this bank, or not even know it. Every time my banking app updates, I'm wondering, is this switching over to the Fed dollar? And I'd love to get off, completely onto Xano or something. And with the ZBAC credit card, that's a lot easier now. But there's still a lot of roadblocks with that.
There are roadblocks. I mean, that's a good transition point, though. I mean, I've been able to use it almost everywhere. But of course, it's still tied to MasterCard. But at least it's an interim step. But yeah, it's kind of what we were talking about with Hakeem earlier. Like we probably have until 2027. So the problem is, the adoption has to pick up pretty substantially here in a very short period of time. I don't like what's going on with this, with Bitcoin and everything else. I mean, if you saw the last podcast, I mean, and honestly, Bruce kind of pisses me off on this in more than a small way, right? So, I mean, I've written articles about this. A lot of people have been talking about, it was circumstantial. I was kind of like, all right, well, we know Epstein funded the MIT group. We didn't know if he specifically funded Bitcoin devs in this whole thing. And now we know he explicitly funded that. And I actually think he also funded Joy Ito's Garage Ventures, which invested in a whole bunch of Lightning companies and everything else. And Bruce is like, oh, this is old news. It's like, it's not old news. And he was the chair of or the executive director of the Bitcoin Foundation during the transition period. And so he's still out pushing that Bitcoin is this decentralized money. And it's kind of like, I don't get it. Like it's actually frustrating to me to watch what's going on now. And now, New Hampshire politicians are pushing more legislation to try to get government to buy more Bitcoin. And it's crazy to me.
Yeah, some other country just said they're putting a big reserve in Bitcoin too. A couple days ago. You're right. It is absolutely crazy. And I absolutely, what really surprises me is like, where's Bukele on all of this? I know Max Kaiser's advising him, and right now that could probably be the worst person to advise him on all of this stuff. But I honestly believe the guy wants what's true, because he's the first politician to give up money supply control.
Yep.
So, but I haven't heard anything of it. I imagine they're probably attacking him in the country quite a bit.
Well, doesn't he still need IMF bailout money? I mean, on the one hand, I don't know. I look at what they did with the way that they rolled out Bitcoin. They gave everybody a full custody wallet and then doxed everybody in the country.
Yeah.
And then had to take IMF bailout money. So I don't know.
And they're sitting on $3 trillion worth of gold that their constitution won't let them touch.
Yep. What a situation. But I don't know.
And stable dollars right now, like Tether, is upsetting me because I can't. no other coins trade against any other coins now. So when, you can find some places, but if Bitcoin's going down and you got Bitcoin, a lot of times you could trade off your losses against another coin that's not going down as much. If ETH wasn't going down as much as Bitcoin, you could flip back and forth and mitigate your losses. Now everything's traded against the dollar or some sort of stable coin. So when the market goes down and they all go down, you got no hedge.
That's problematic, and obviously, I see a situation where, based on Lutnick's involvement with Tether, I can see Tether becoming backed by Bitcoin, and I can see them bailing it out. In fact, it seems like that's a clear path that would actually happen, and it's frustrating to watch because it's so transparent, and it's so ridiculous that the idea would be that somebody creating a token that's backed by, nothing that's been audited, but then now the new form of that is it has to be backed by treasuries. That's an innovation. That's not an innovation. It's tyranny. It's actually worse than fiat itself. It's programmable, trackable, digital fiat. That's not the point of all of this. But that stuff has been lost. I don't know. I don't know. I guess part of my frustration with it is when I see people like Bruce, and then I go to some of these libertarian conferences where libertarians are still holding on to Bitcoin as a Bitcoin thing. And it's like your thing got taken over by Epstein and the bankers, and you're still trying to promote it as being freedom money. And, you got played. You got to move on. And that's not happening. So it's really hard to promote these alternatives when the people that should be ideologically on the front line of this are just trying to protect their fiat banks. That's a hard barrier to get over.
Yeah, I to be honest with you, I kind of checked out on Bruce and Tron also when they both started pushing ASICs for the Ravencoin chain.
Oh, really? I hadn't been paid. I didn't realize. Is it ASIC now?
It's in there. It's about a year and a half ago, but you can find it in their tweets. They both were pushing it.
Wow.
So, which was, to me, it sounded like nothing more than a cash out, to be honest to you, to me. But that's neither here nor there. I'm very intrigued about. I did download BrightLearn AI on the one computer we have in the house that's got a decent gaming card, video card in it, so it'll run. And I didn't know the book generator had come out. I'm going to try that out. I actually have an autobiography from an old friend who's passed away that I might try and see if that can format that and get that looking good.
Yeah, it's literally only a week old, but I'm impressed so far. And again, I know what some of the stuff that he's doing behind the scenes. So it's just I'm glad he got this out in time, because I know when I first had him on, when he had just launched, Enoch is called originally. It was before there was a self-custody version. I'm like, yeah, man, if you can get that self-custody version out, that's a big deal, because now you don't have to be connected to the internet. You can still get access to this information. So that's a big thumbs up.
Yeah, I'd love to, like you mentioned earlier, like using them for translation. We haven't translated like 10% of Galen.
Yep.
Why not? Why is not every ancient Greek text translated already completely? Well,
yeah, or Sumerian, right?
Yeah.
There's so much information. I don't even know what it's a very small percentage of Sumerian stuff that's actually been translated. So there's just a wealth of knowledge out there, and we have no idea. We have no idea what's going to come of this. But again, on the one hand, it's exciting. On the other hand, it's terrifying if we don't get. I guess I'm not surprised, being on X, that the people on X are going to be fanboys. But it's at some point, I'm still watching these people talk about the fact that, Elon Musk got rugged at Doge, and not realizing that he accomplished what he set out to accomplish. And so they're like treating him like a victim, and not realizing what's going on. As somebody mentioned earlier, or Hakeem mentioned earlier, it's like, well, what's the the timing on rolling out a CBDC, X payments is going to launch soon.
Yeah.
And I don't know what all I guarantee you X payments will have a stablecoin component to it. And Musk released a thing, we're hiring. And so I clicked on the job description or whatever, and it's like a big chunk of the qualifications were compliance, KYC, AML, all of that other stuff. So, I mean, people are just kind of sleepwalking into trackable digital currencies with no, well, whatever. There's been a resurgence in privacy coins, and that is exciting to see. I mean, it's true that the privacy coins have outperformed, Bitcoin and Ethereum or whatever over the last year or so. Although I don't know what else is going on with Zcash, but nevertheless, at least people are starting to catch on. But man, we don't have a lot of time.
No, we need, well, the MasterCard really helps, places to use it.
Yeah.
Now I can go to the grocery store with it. Now I can pay some bills with it, whereas I couldn't before. Or I could, but I had to go to an exchange. I had to turn it into US Tether. I had to ship it over to Coinbase and then put it into my checking account.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, I can't even. Coinbase too, boy. Brian Armstrong, I thought used to be a good guy like 13 years ago, and now he's out there spending all of his time in Washington D.C. And the only tweets I see from him are, we're close to a market structure bill," and he's sitting there hanging out with all these politicians. And I bought something recently. I was on a site or I was trying to buy something, and the only way you could pay them is through Coinbase payments.
That's
that was the only crypto option. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. So that transaction didn't happen. But they're all excited about integrating with the system. Somebody here commented that no, you're not a fan of Bitcoin or Jack, but Cash App and Rumble are helping people learn to use wallets. Well, yeah, they're helping prime people to use CBDCs. Wallets, I mean, people use digital cash all the time now. In fact, most of cash is digital. What Jack is doing is getting people to use Bitcoin in a way that's not peer-to-peer. And it's when you look at what's going on with Lightning, and this is true with Strike app with Jack Mallers and with Cash App, the Lightning Network stuff, they're a bank. There's KYC. You have to provide info. That's completely, even people that still want to claim that Bitcoin is decentralized, if you're using Lightning Network and you have to provide your social security information to Jack Mallers, that's not what people signed up for. And it's indistinguishable from working with a bank. And to be honest, based on Jack's track record with the censorship industrial complex at Twitter, I don't trust him any more than Jamie Dimon. A lot of these Bitcoin people, I remember people were saying, well, this is going to be a whole paradigm change. And now you're going to have, maybe it was the Bitcoin standard, it was in there or whatever, but now all of a sudden you're going to have, instead of the Rockefellers, you're going to have all these Bitcoin people, and they're going to invest in all these great technologies that are going to make the world a better place. The stingiest people I've ever met are Bitcoin millionaires and greater. These people don't spend a dime on anything.
Well, yeah, because they know the longer they hold, the more money they'll have.
Right. So it's not about defeating the Rockefeller model. It's not about defeating the bankers. It's not about changing the way things work. They literally have memes where it's like, oh, it's a new pyramid structure. It's just that we're in the Citadel instead of the Rockefellers, but their behavior isn't any better than that. And so that's a bit. Strike is expanding BTC-backed loans. I can't wait to see. Yeah. Tether invested in Rumble and partnered to create the Rumble wallet. Well, look, I've actually done podcasts on Rumble. So Rumble has, as investors, JD Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, and now obviously Howard Lutnick, Dan Bongino.
Yeah.
This entire structure. Rumble is not a free speech platform. Rumble is, and I've had Craig Winklewitz on here. In fact, I met Craig when I was on his show, World HD, on Rumble, and he's talked about in detail how basically, it was pay to play. So the traffic when you go onto Rumble and you see all of the big names there, I mean, that's all pay to play. There's no, which is not any different than shadow banning. They market it as a free speech platform, but then you find out most of the traffic is fraudulent. And then the names that are big names are pay to play. But interestingly, the people that are investors are active politicians and active people in the FBI. If this were Joe Biden or Obama owning a platform, people would be irate about it. But we seem to be okay with Trump owning a majority of Truth Social and this other situation, and then people have the gall to call it a free speech platform. So, you know, I know Tether's invested in Rumble, and certainly Cantor Fitzgerald invested in Tether, and the whole thing is quite a mess. But you know, again,
the connections database you were doing or working on, I think that's going to be important to connect a lot of these people together, because we don't even know where a lot of them are connected. Like, was it Parler came back out, and it's supposed to be the crypto freedom, platform, and their Parler play and everything. And it turns out, I think it was Candace Owens' husband was the original CEO or something when it came back. And he was handpicked by, I forget her name, but she's deep in the Epstein stuff.
She's deep in the Epstein stuff. And then Dan Bongino is like a big shareholder in Parler. So like we're sitting here, so the assistant director of the FBI is a major shareholder in a social media platform. And we think that this is a big win for free speech. Are we kidding? I don't know. I don't, again, I don't think you can have a corporation and have a free speech platform. I mean, just because that's a centralized leverage point. But I mean, the Technocracy Atlas is the framework is there. There's a lot of work that I'm working on now to try to figure out how to visually map some of these connections. But I will tell you, the minute that I have all the Epstein documents from the AG that were released earlier, I've got the House emails, all of that's there, indexed, it's in the thing, it's searchable. You can actually link to the source documents, which I'm hosting. And then I'm going to
the Cosolero files in there.
No. In fact, I mean, and by the way, I'm always looking for, I mentioned this earlier, I have two computers that are doing nothing all day, but scraping information and converting it and putting it into a vector database. And so if anybody has any good sources and information that you'd like to see in the Technocracy Atlas, or in general that you think should be downloaded and let me know, because it's always a work in progress.
Yeah, I'll send. I'll see if I might even have them up here on my browser link. But yeah, there's some old stuff from the. This is a guy that was shot twice in the head, and they called him, it was suicide. And it's the Cosolero file. It's whack. It's whack and hut, and it's volumes of data, and it ties in a lot of people. I'll get you the link to it. I have it somewhere here on my computer.
I do like a lot of Jack Cruz's stuff, and I asked him, because I did this episode where I tried to follow his lead, because he says that Len Sassaman is Satoshi, and he had a really gripping story. I don't know if it's accurate about the Jewish mafia and Meyer Lansky and how that ties into the group that Wexner and a whole bunch of other people involved in, that basically was Epstein basically took over the money laundering operation from Meyer Lansky was what he was saying, but then suggesting that Lansky was involved in the precursor to Bitcoin, and but I asked him, I couldn't find any corroboration on that, and he's like, well, ask his lawyer in Florida. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, sure, I'll call him. I doubt he's going to go on the record. I mean, so in other words, that was one of the things when I put together the Technocracy Atlas. I'm like, well, is what Jack's saying true or not? And because if what he's saying is true, it's interesting, and it would be nice to know that. I think it'd be interesting for people to know that, but I couldn't validate these points, and so I did that was one of the original reasons that I wanted to do this. I see somebody commented here. Nick Fuentes was #2 top stream on Rumble. And somebody says, do you think he might be an op? You know, I don't know. I look at this, you know, and I mean, I can understand, you know, where he's coming from. I mean, I guess that this generation has been kind of shafted, but to me, it's all a distraction, because his entire premise is we need to take control of power and then get our people in there, and then you know, then we'll be able to do great things. And to me, that's anything like that is a distraction. People need to take back their own free will. So I don't know if he's an intentional op or not, but what he's promoting that people do is going to wind up in, it's going to be no different than, you know, Bitcoiners saying it's freedom money and we're going to get rid of banks, only to end up working with the banks and working with the regulators. So that doesn't mean he's an op, but it does get to
useful idiot.
The effect of what he's doing is negative.
Right. Yeah, definitely. I dropped you that link to the Costello files.
Great.
And I think I actually I have all this downloaded. It's gigs of data.
All right, let me. I'm gonna make a note.
Yeah, no, a lot of the Jack stuff. Uncle Jack stuff. I wanted to look into. I want back to the vaccine stuff. You know, the first polio vaccines, and a lot of that stuff is very hard to find. And a lot of what he talks about is very hard to find. But I also know that I used to do just 12, 15 years ago, I could go and look up, like if I wanted to look up, here's a name for it, Jaime Plata. Now, Jaime Plata was George Morales' right-hand man. George Morales was the guy that was running all the cocaine for Iran-Contra. You used to be able to find all those documents simply online, all the court documents and these people. Now you can't find any information about these people. It's almost all been wiped. So it's becoming really difficult. Now, I will say that AI prompts have been a little bit easier. I need to start vibe coding some things and learning to use this stuff, but I'm still very hesitant on the AI. For other reasons we wouldn't get into.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But I would start playing around with it. It has become. So I started talking about this. So it was just when I was in Florida. So like let's say on a Wednesday, I may be wrong on the days, but Gemini 3 is released. And I'm like, wow, this is a game changer. And then 36 hours later, Anthropic releases their new model. And again, getting information, I don't use these for information, but when you want to talk about coding, this is so simple now. Like, so you just told me, you gave me this data, this link, and I just went into one of my projects that I have in Cursor that I already have set up to, set up these, this RAG system and I was just like, look, put this into the RAG system and get it put into the vector database. And so now it's literally doing that as we're speaking right now. It's already started the process. Excellent.
Yeah, see, and that's what I know. I could be a lot more productive on a lot of things that I want to get done. Especially coding just a few small things, because I think there's apps that we could have that are simple, like the ones I just showed you for these wallets that could change the way we do things and get people using crypto without them knowing they're using crypto. I think we can get rid of usernames and passwords.
Yeah.
With a properly set up asset. Like an RIP11 asset. You're familiar with that, right? Ravencoin Improvement Proposal 11. Yeah.
No, I'm actually, I've been kind of out of the loop.
Oh, well, this is an old one, but oh my God, this is probably the most consequential piece of code in my mind. Let me get it pulled up here. What are megaphones? Ever written in blockchain. I mean, not just for Ravencoin. I mean, across it. Let me see. Where's the RIPS? IPF. Yeah, RIPS. Basically allows 1,000 new use cases. And all you're doing is taking in a Ravencoin unique asset, hashing in the, I'll drop the paper to you right there. Yeah, I just dropped you the link to the paper. It's not very long, but you're taking so when you create a unique asset, you hash in the name of the address that asset's going to sit in. So if that asset moves out of that address, it's no longer valid, right? So as long as you own your wallet, you can sign a transaction with that asset from that address. You can verify your identity. Now, what you also have your JSON file attached to it that's got your PGP public key, whatever public data you want, encrypted data you want, whatever. It could have payment information or links to where you can update your payment information. But now I can go and I could set up one of these dead-headed XJ4P726, and there is a Ravencoin browser extension. I don't know if you're aware of that. That allows you to sign a transaction pretty simply. So I could go to a website that says, it could do rather than continue with Google or continue with Twitter account, I say continue with, asset. It checks my little wallet in my browser extension and says, do you want to sign this transaction? You click yes, proving who you are, and you no longer have a username or password to remember.
That's great.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, it's super. Now, this allows. What about the Internet of Things? You can't spoof this. You would have to physically have somebody's 12 words or physically take over their wallet because you can't spoof it. So it really, you don't have to. You would no longer need usernames or passwords. You can have as little or as much information in there as you wanted. You wanted to have your name because someone like you who's a creator, and you want your R Day token. You can always prove every tweet you put up. You click, do you want to sign this? You say yes, and then it's cryptographically signed, so that no one can impersonate you.
Wow. Oh, so I'm looking at this. All right, so the link you gave me, it's now downloading 10 gigabytes of files, and this is the octopus.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow, great. Thank you for this. This is terrific.
Have you know what? Have you thought about adding all the KeelyNet stuff? Do you remember KeelyNet?
No.
Oh, KeelyNet, and it's not out there anymore. Unfortunately, it was out there for like 20 years. They've been out there since the 90s, maybe even on bulletin boards before that. There's all the free energy stuff, everything. Let me see if it's got to be a Google. Oh yeah, it might be. But they had all the documents for everything. I don't. There's some. Yeah, you can find some mirrors out there. It looks like.
Oh yeah, here we go. KeelyNet Mirror, Swedish Association for New Physics. It's a partial.
2 decades ago. Let's see if it's stuff. I actually have a lot of this stuff downloaded in some of my old hardware. Yeah, this is it.
All right, that's up next. I'm adding that to the queue. This will start processing tonight.
Oh, sweet. So now, when we go into now, if I were going to go, how is this usable by me?
So if you go to technocracyatlas.com, there's a chat bot, and you will be able to just ask a question, and it will search. You'll be able to chat with that data, which I'm downloading all the PDF files and then putting it into a vector database so that you basically use semantic search. And when there are better ways of being able to kind of sort through this information, this is why I'm building thanks to Mike, I'm building a big RAID system, 200 terabyte system, so that I can keep all the source files, so that, if in the future there's a better way to index this stuff, I can just run through the source material again. But this is really the key. This is the key to what he's done with his petabyte system. This is what allows these books to happen. It is a remarkable thing that he's done here, and I'm super excited about it.
I don't understand. I mean, I thought you got a lot of work done, but all the websites Mike's got on, all the BrightLearn stuff, the Health Ranger stuff, the news stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And he's censored.news also, isn't he?
He just launched censored.news, and that
was down for a day. Did you notice that was down for a day and a half?
Yeah, his data center was down. So I was originally supposed to have him on the podcast. I don't know. I can't even remember the days now, but three weeks ago, we had to reschedule because his data center, he had a data center outage. Man, I'll tell you, so I worry about that, right? So this is why I'm glad that he got this self-custody thing out, because at least, like, I thought that was a race against the clock, because it's really valuable data that he's put together. And they have spent a lot of time, money, and effort censoring him and shadow banning. He actually told me that it's to the point right now where his voice print, Google has his voice print, and anything that even has his voice on it gets removed from Google.
I saw that in your last interview with him, I think, or one of them.
He's mentioned this. So when you go to download the PDF, you have to enter an email address, and I'll tell you, if you have a Gmail, it'll immediately go to either spam, or if it gets that far. So they have not wanted his information to be public for quite some time. It's remarkable.
He should use a slight voice modulation, one that we can't hear, but that the AI would not recognize as him.
Well, yeah, or at this point, just use a different voice, right? I mean, now it's the voice cloning technology, or just use something from 11 Labs. You could use a completely different voice. It doesn't matter if you're just trying to get the content out there.
What are you using for most of your coding? Are you using Claude, or I've heard some other ones like Rocket or Lovable are good?
I think those are just interfaces that use either Claude or Gemini. I use mostly Claude, but sometimes if I ever get stuck, then the answer is to bring in another model. So there have been times, and I think I've mentioned this before. This is a perfect example. So for the Own Nothing site, one of the things that I wanted to do is scrape all of the package inserts. So the idea being, these are even worse than click wrap agreements, because you're subject to these things and you don't even sign a click wrap agreement, and it's all publicly available information. Claude refused to build the scraper to actually pull that information down, and it's not even illegal. It's publicly, so I had to use Gemini. So I will bring in different. I'll use Grok sometimes. I see Rich J there. Hey, Rich, how are you?
Hey, man.
How's it going?
Not too bad.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Can I use this as an opportunity to take a quick bio break?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Awesome. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, I wish I had a lot of subjects to talk about right now, but I was more fascinated.
No, that's fine. I have questions about setting it up on your own computer. Definitely self-custody.
The AI.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I'm stumbling a little bit with the language studio, but no worries. I mean,
yeah, I set it up last week. I did have to jump through not too many hoops. It wasn't recognized. It tells you have to download the one pro. Is it the language studio? And then from there you can download other AI modules that were quite simple. At first, it wasn't recognizing the ones that I got from Mike's site, because I think I had downloaded 2 from him. But then I went and found another module out there that was named very similar to what Mike's module was named. And then when I loaded that one, then all of a sudden it would find Mike's module, and it loaded the BrightLearn module up.
Okay.
So
yeah, I think I had similar issues.
Yeah.
I had similar issues because like you could do Chat GPT or whatever, it would come up, but not Mike's. So, and I didn't even play with it. I didn't have time. I wanted to make sure that at least I took a couple steps doing that, and then I'll get back to it later, but it's definitely something I'm interested in. I mean, so yeah, I mean,
Well,
what is the value? So like for me, the value of, imagine the value if it gets really good that you could talk to Mark Twain. Like for real, like, yeah, I was sitting at the saloon tonight with Mark Twain and a couple riverboat captains, and like, I don't know, it's very interesting to me, the perspective from aggregating all that knowledge, and it might not be perfect, right? But already this year, if you you can look up like Carl Jung AI videos, and it's just would blow your mind what they're doing. Yeah. Absolutely blow your mind. Like specifically with that one category, Carl Jung AI videos, and you're like, whoa.
And he's got so much literature out there too that there's a lot.
Right. They've baked it down into something that, and it sounds pretty good. You wouldn't even, I mean, the normal person wouldn't even really know it was AI unless there's certain words that they don't pronounce well and stutter on and whatever. But
no, I mean, I've actually thought about for this podcast, cloning my voice and then seeing at some point if I do a podcast, if anybody knows it's me or the AI, because you can use 11 Labs, and they have
things. You haven't already done it.
Yeah, true. You don't know you haven't. I was actually going to ask. I was going to actually ask Mike if his podcast is actually him or if it's AI generated, because his podcast could be AI generated already. They can take just a 10-second voice clip and do a pretty good job of cloning. But if you go for like 20 hours, it will actually take all of your mannerisms and the specific way you pronounce things, and basically will mark up text based on your specific nuanced speech pattern. So it's almost impossible to recognize if you can give 20 hours worth of, which of course I have. I think it would be an interesting test, and it's getting close as well. Similarly with the video stuff. I mean, there's a new model today that was just released. This is how I was just talking about how last week it was Gemini 3 and then Opus 4.5 by Claude, and then today there's something like Kling 01 or something, which is a model for editing videos. So you take a video and then you give it like three different. Let's say the video has three different characters in it. You give it three pictures, and it'll morph the picture that person's face into the video. So that's supposed to be the cutting edge for that. So like the music videos that I created at the beginning, I realize now I could take those videos and then use this new model and take a picture of myself and embed myself in that video. That's crazy how fast this is going.
Well, you know, the #1 country song is an AI song now, right?
I heard that. I haven't heard the song.
It's not as good as yours. You're tied round your mind, which I really like that song. Actually, that's the only one I played multiple times.
Which one?
The rope's not tied around your feet; they're tied around your mind.
Oh yeah.
The country western one.
Yep.
But I think that song's far superior to that #1 country song.
Well, I've got a new one that I just played today that I'm pretty excited about.
I'll check it out. I came in a little late. And movies are coming soon, pretty soon. Just like you said, you're whipping up a sci-fi book here to listen to. It's going to be the same thing for movies. You know, or you could take your favorite sci-fi book. Now I could take all my Robert Heinlein books pretty soon, and AI will turn them all into movies.
Yep. Yeah, and I could see how, because again, this music video thing. So I have 4 music videos that I released today. These started out as songs that I've been working on for the last year and a half, and it's taken me the last 3 or 4 months to work on this multi-agent system to turn them into videos. And now the last music video only took 3 hours, and that was processing time. It wasn't even my time. So it's almost completely automated. Now they're not perfect yet, but I will tell you, as I can plug and play new models, I'll be able to create a short movie or an episode by the end of the year. And I'm not, sophisticated in terms of having the processing power. They already have the ability to do it. And it does make you wonder how long they have been doing this.
Oh yeah, there's the AI model that one of the talent agencies has for movies. The females that you can now buy her for your movies. I forget her name. It's a 20-something actress, AI actress. And this is, I'll tell you what, these countries that are putting an AI member of parliament, that to me is scary, completely scary. I don't think AI is superior to.
Well, it depends on what members of parliament that it's trained on. But if it's trained on any politician, it's going to be.
Well, yeah. Well,
what are the principles of voluntarism? What is that? We don't know what.
Yeah. Well, of course, 3 to 4% of the population are psychopaths, and 99% of those go into politics, and the rest go into religion, right?
Yep.
Sure. Yeah. Hey, let's talk about the next psyops. You guys were mentioning 3i Atlas. I'm not a sci-fi bro. I'm not an astro bro in any way, like in terms of NASA stuff or whatever. But it was interesting to me over Thanksgiving. There was a Deep Impact on the movie, and I was like, huh. It's Morgan Freeman, and that was before it was Morgan Freeman in the outer space. Morgan Freeman as God or whatever. I mean, that was 27 years ago. Deep Impact, the movie, but honestly, watch it again. Wow, guys, it's unbelievable that the stuff they're throwing out for mission names, and this is just like the Manhattan Project. And I started thinking about it, and it's like, oh yeah. Howard Lutnick Antiques Roadshow. We can put, we're gonna have Lawrence and the Moon for the minerals. We got iridium on the comet. We're gonna bounce off the moon, go to the comet, get the minerals, and then we sell them the nukes to get rid of the comet. And it's like, I started wondering about this, and then the thing flipped. It hit me. Bill Gates just did the flippening on climate change. So Bill Gates, the guy that funded the IPTV or what was it? NPR, everything. That's all climate change for the last how many years? And he flipped on it because we got to do data centers. But look at it. The basis of all of that was, well, there's too much meltwater coming off of Greenland, and it'll shut down the ice currents, and that's global warming, and that happened for the last ice age with the mammoths and all that. No. Listen to Rogan. Listen to Graham Hancock, this guy, Randall Carlson.
Randall Carlson is the man.
This is what I'm saying. They already had that planted, though. You have a climate change slow theory, and now you have catastrophe theory. Catastrophe theory is way more profitable than climate change would ever be. Think about it. You have the Space Force. You have this is biblical compliant. This is kosher approved. All of it. I mean, this is end times. This is why people, should I sell my Bitcoin? It's like, you don't see it as a cycle, anything as cycles. You only see there's this impending doom always from the media, from whatever, where there's no way out. Like hey, what do we do after the Civil War, Aaron? And it's like, whoa, there's no way out. Like there's always this thing that's hanging, and they hang it, and it might be here or there. Could depend on astrology, anything. I mean, how they're playing on our psychology. But I see this 5th gen warfare. I don't know if you guys have seen it as well.
Yep.
Deep Impact.
Oh, 100%. I can give you 2 examples in kind of what you just talked about.
Okay.
One, $80 billion on new 50-year-old nuclear power plants that boil water. What kind of joke is that? 2, we've got to go to the moon because there's helium-3 and we need helium-3 for nuclear fusion. Okay. There's a press release right now in beginning of 2028, Helion Energy is delivering to Microsoft for their data centers a fusion reactor that puts off, well, they say 3 to 4 times unity. It's more like 10 to 20 times unity in using fusion. We already have fusion generators. There's Tri-Alpha Energy also has the fusion generators, and it's not the big tokamaks where they're firing lasers and stuff. That's all crap. It's field reverse configuration, and I don't want to get into the physics of it, but it's not that difficult. Anyway, we don't need massive amounts of power because you can generate hundreds of kilowatts of power in a 2 90-foot semi-trailers with and you can look up helium energy and Tri-Alpha Energy. And they have all the videos there. They explain it all. They put out press releases that they are delivering fusion reactors. Microsoft already signed the contracts. So all that. Now, here's the other thing about that. You take deuterium and helium and smash it together to make this fusion, this plasma fusion. And then it makes its own helium-3 from then on out. Oh my God, we've got to have all this helium-3. It's so rare on Earth. We got to go to the moon to get it. No, the very act of creating the electricity creates helium-3. It creates its own fuel. It creates its own fuel. And we discovered this in the late 50s and the 60s. By the 90s, and you can read all the scientific papers. If you want to read, Ashton Forbes has done some of the most incredible research on all this. And he brings the papers, and he's been interviewing the people. Salvador Pais is the guy who gave the UFO patent. You can look it up, UFO patent. And it's owned by the Navy. Well, Salvador Pais is the scientist who gave those to them while he was working for the Navy intelligence. He was just on 2 weeks ago with Dave Rossi and Ashton in probably the most mind-blowing interview I've ever seen. Salvador Pais gave us the mathematical formula for reverse time travel. We know now that not forward time travel, we can reverse time travel. We had teleporters in the 80s. When I'm talking literally teleporters, you will go in one port, come out the other port. It's in not the all of this is coming out, and it's being and if you look up this stuff, I looked it up on AI. I said, if you go to the AI, and it can be the Google one, and say, what is it? Plasma propulsion using lithium and field reverse configuration. It will give you the entire layout and all the papers and everything that this has been done. And it's coming out now, and we're going to have it to the public. So when we have unlimited, super cheap electricity, less than 2 years away now, 2.5 years away, if it's mid-2028, what are they going to say then? You know, that's where I'm saying, okay, energy credits, they're going to have to keep it locked down. It's simple technology. When I say it's simple, it's not like we could build it in our garage. But it's not like anybody can't do this, and this is what this is what they've been hiding for 50 years, and what our advanced government projects have been trying to keep away from the Russians and the Chinese.
Well, they've done a good job. This recent movie about disclosure, you should watch, because I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, again, whether it's a psyop or not, the government's been lying to us for 80 years, or they're actively lying. It should be. You know, I look at that where it's like even Rubio is saying, well, yeah, we've had this information. And then George Bush has seen George H.W. Bush saw this technology, and they've been hiding this information, and these craft are able to work without propulsion and by bending space. You know, they're basically saying that this stuff, but that they did an analysis and that the public isn't ready for this.
Yeah.
So I guess George Bush wanted to release this information, but they did a study and that people were not prepared for it. Like, how are we tolerating this as a concept? Like, what part of the foundation of the, not that the Constitution matters anymore, but I don't remember which part in there was we're not going to disclose information about things like this to our own people, and then we're going to commercialize the technology using taxpayer money. Not sure where that fits on the scale.
Nixon, in his last speech, I think he said, and I'm going to tell the public the truth about UFOs. And then he was in Bethesda's mental hospital for 9 months after that. So,
yeah. So like when Reagan goes into, well, we're going to unite the world in the extraterrestrial. I don't remember him saying it was little green dudes. The extraterrestrial, they're talking probably. And I don't know. I can't say, oh yeah, it's going to be 3 a.m. Alice. They could keep that. If I haven't seen it for myself. If I see it out of somebody's telescope and I was to watch it for months or something and really research it, maybe I'd be like, okay, keep your thumb on the pulse. But in terms of, would that really matter? How many people out of 10 do they really need to get psycho about deep impact? So and regardless, it's 5th gen warfare. Like I said, it's totally compliant. That I think the narrative allows them, because you have to look at the evidence for Younger Dryas. So hold on.
No, you're absolutely right. And we're in the tail. We're in the thicker part of the tail. We're in that cycle right now. Is it the Tauride meteor shower? The comet that hit, and it was 12,861 years ago on and about June 30th to 31st. They've literally, the Comet Research Group has been able to literally nail it down to within like 48 hours. And it hit the ice sheet where the Great Lakes are now. There's you're right. Well, see, here's what I'm not clear about though. That's impulse or pulse B. That's the one the second one. So there was one that happened like close to 14,000 years ago, and then we had like 1,000 or 1,100 years of really bad weather, up and down cycles. And then there was impulse B, which is the one you're talking about, which was the Great Flood, and it burned everything and it broke the ice sheets, and we went into the one Randall mostly talks about. And I'd love to talk to Randall or ask him that question. Tell me the difference, what happened here. But we are in that cycle. We're hitting the thickest part of that comet tail.
So that's kind of cool, because it's kind of it could be, if where I live has not been touched by glaciers in the Midwest. So I'm in the Driftless, and it's an incredible place that people don't even know about at all. Supposedly there was glaciers all around me and on each side down to Chicago, Milwaukee, wherever. But it's untouched around here. And our limestone is like ancient, just like what you'd see in Florida. There's not topsoil. There's not like hundreds of feet of glacial drift or anything. So when I look at it, I'm thinking about it like this is legit. Like something did happen, most likely around 10,000 BC. That's not even, I mean, there's no research that's really saying that that's bunk. I mean, everything I've seen, everything. Yeah. So
no, you're dead right.
That one, 10,000 BC, or plus or minus, right? It's a huge number, that is, it's important. And so when they tried to say, well, it was climate change and then something happened in Greenland, no. What Randall Carlson's saying is no, that amount of freshwater melt that's coming down right now would be like if you're pissing in a river. It wouldn't matter comparatively speaking to that time period. And so it's like,
yep.
Global temperatures were awesome, stable. Woof, something happened, and then they went woof. So the woof is the ice age, and then they went back up, but it leveled off again, and that's where we are now. But it's telling the story, and so the Bill Gates flippening is the funny part to me, and
Yeah,
that's where I'm
I
like,
love that. Well,
and that's where I'm like, huh? And so maybe they had the both, and then they planted it, and then they really got all they could out of the global warming thing. Like, what are you, British? Are you from the UK? Like, the only people in the world still talking about that is just
yeah, well, I'm in Florida, and we're
I'm
not worried about sinking. So,
right. The
you
only
know,
people
the
I
natural,
hear is the British and like Europeans that are.
funny, the natural islands were supposed to be gone a couple of decades ago, and they're still there. So,
Indeed.
but yeah, no, climate change is going to happen. You know, and I say also, based on everything that I've learned watching a lot of Randalls and reading stuff, we need to double the amount of CO2 in our atmosphere. We don't need to cut it down. We've already at like 99.3% of the heat saturation that you can get from CO2 anyway. I mean, you could 10x it and you wouldn't get any effect to the temperature of the Earth. It just can't hold any more heat, even if the concentration goes up. And if you double the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, plants would need 50% less water to grow. They'd grow a heck of a lot more greener. Your tree line would raise tremendously. And in fact, the Earth is about 30% greener than it was, is it 30 or 40 years ago? Definitely since the 70s when when it was coldest in the past 100 years. The great greening of the Earth has happened due to the CO2 that's increased. And you can look that up. I think it's like 30 some odd percent more greenage on the Earth in the past 4 decades. So it's, everything they tell us is a lie. Everything they told us about food is a lie. Everything they told us about lights are a lie. Everything they told us about LED lights are a lie. Everything, about lead, medicine, everything they told us about that is a lie. There's a couple of things I could say about the three major religions, but I don't want to really piss everybody off because you really could if you read the ancient Greek, because they lied about everything that was written in those books. So it's, get your glasses, dude. Got to get your Uncle Jack glasses.
Yep.
Keep your dopamine receptors better. I tell you what, I don't spend nearly as much time on my phone. It's a heck of a lot more boring. And other things since I've started wearing these things for screens.
Well, I'll tell you that even still, I mean, I've got lights blaring on me now doing this, and I had to go down to Florida. I'm going to Florida again in a couple of weeks just because, this stuff is toxic.
Yeah.
Even
there's another guy that does a lot with the light, a younger guy. I saw him on Danny Jones, and he talks about also, he doesn't wear glasses, but he also carries a lot of incandescent lights with him. He floods the zone because obviously the red light is the antidote to the blue lights. So he does a lot of that. We've added a couple of red lights in our living areas for that very reason, just to add the extra wavelengths in.
Yep.
And it makes a difference.
Well, I think we're getting, I don't know, I think we're getting some alien shit because I watched this movie and the movie was, and it wasn't a Stephen Greer thing. In fact, it was probably the only major one of these documentaries that did not have Stephen Greer. So I'm actually getting the summary of it now, but they had all these politicians. So let me see.
I'll go ahead and watch it.
I mean, Dr. Stephen Greer.
The chick and I have seen it up on the screen.
So this thing is the Age of Disclosure, and it was just released November the 21st. And let's see. So, I mean, the thesis is an 80-year global cover-up of non-human intelligence. And they carted all these people out. So they had Marco Rubio. They had the former director of national intelligence, James Clapper, Congressman Andre Carson, Senators Gillibrand and Mike Rounds. They had a bunch of military intelligence personnel on there. They had, what's his name? He was part of the Stanford project with God. I'm drawing a blank now, but he's often in these
Yeah, the
things.
guy with the SRI.
Yeah, the guy with the SRI. I'm drawing a blank.
David Wilcock, or
No, not David Wilcock. No, this guy is. Although that's a funny name from I haven't heard for a while.
Well, Rubio is as deep state as they come. He is my senator, and I've known for decades just how compromised that guy is. And also, they're pushing the alien thing awful damn hard.
And they're having all these hearings. They're having all these politicians, and now Joe Rogan's talking about it. That what Luna or whatever her name is, and it's just
sure seems like a great way to cover up advanced technology that you might have as a human, and you don't want anybody else to see. And Foo Fighters in World War II, those were not aliens. Those were made by radio wave interference patterns from two different locations by the Germans. We knew how to make plasma balls in the 30s.
Well, the story with this is that the alien technology was given to the U.S. and to Russia and to China, and that the countries have been developing their own. You should watch the documentary because it's pretty sophisticated. It's a pretty sophisticated bullshit. But the fact that it's out there, and then the 3i thing is supposed to be the closest point to Earth is December the 19th. So I would throw out there, get ready for some potential bullshit on December the 19th.
Well, so there's a reality. There's a reality that's real though. So at my latitude, I'm not supposed to see northern lights, and I have 3 times since I've moved into this place. But are those? What is that? What is that? Is that real or generated or what? I mean,
well, we know they're natural, but you're right. With the HART project, it's hard to tell what's real and what's not real. Can they steer storms? Absolutely. Can they make storms? Absolutely. Can they create earthquakes? Absolutely. But then also, there's been some great work done showing that solar radiation and high-speed waves and low-speed waves and everything literally cause earthquakes. And about for the past year, there's one guy, Stefan Burns, who's a geophysicist, and he predicted just about 2 days before every 5 and 6 earthquake that's going to come out. Now, he didn't know where they were, but he said, we're going to have an earthquake in the next couple of days. And it was 100% correlated with the specific solar wind.
No, that guy's butter. He's good. He was the only reason I knew about the last one. I mean, I was out taking pictures and whatever. I mean, I don't know. He's a bit normie.
Math is out there. Now you can correlate it going back 15 or 20 years, earthquakes directly to solar activity. And
Sure.
by the way, the Younger Dryas, that was more than just an impact. There is a solar component to that too.
Interesting.
That enhanced that. But it's hard to pin down with all the 12,000 years ago. And almost all cooling and warming of the Earth going back 400,000 years directly correlates with solar cycles. Now that we got the proper math on solar cycles, it is by far the largest influencer of our climate, bar none, according to the science, to the math. And people don't want to talk about that. They can't, because it's not man-made. It's not man-controlled. There's no money in it. Like in 2022, how many floods have we been having over the past year and a half? Massive floods, right? Oh, it's climate change. North Carolina, Italy just flooded, Texas flooded, Saudi Arabia's flooding, and of course they're doing cloud seeding. But in 2022, we had the Tonga event. We had an underwater volcano that increased the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere by 14% worldwide. Now, one, water vapor is the #1 greenhouse gas. 2, it takes about 2 to 3 years for that amount of water to cycle out of the hydro cycle. No wonder we've been having so much damn flooding the past couple of years. And it's all that, not all, but a lot of it is natural. Now, did they do cloud seeding 2 days before the Houston flood that killed those poor girls? Hell yeah, they did. Same thing that just happened in Iran. Has there been an unprecedented flood going on in Iran for 7 or 8 years now? I mean, not flood, drought.
Do we have to say allegedly?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
not allegedly. It's just like that. The Canadian politician, and I want to thank the people that bring the rain. They're very good. I want to just thank the people that make it rain, because he was threatened with drought in his province. So it's and all the Tesla stuff that's coming out now. I don't know if you guys keep up with that, but we have the unified theory of physics. It's done. We know it. They just don't want to tell us. And you got people like Hal Puthoff, Charles.
Hal Puthoff. That's the
he's SRI. Yeah. Oh yeah. One interesting thing about Hal too is not only is one of the most advanced physicists ever, he's also a remote viewing guy.
Yep.
Which I find interesting, because remote viewing is real. It's just we're the most sophisticated instruments, technical instruments on this planet, measurement instruments by far, but better than any instrument we have ever created. We've just forgotten 99% of our
well, hold on. I don't know what this instrument is first. We need to see what this is.
Something's going to come up cool.
What instrument? What are we looking at here? Oh,
he's got a tank. It looks like distilled water or water.
Only on the Aaron Day show.
While he's doing it, have you guys seen the guys in Canada that are putting the Bedini motor together? Unlimited ultimate energy or something like that. All open source. A Bedini motor is a motor that runs off one. You get two lead acid battery banks, and it'll charge one bank faster than the other bank closes down. And when you run a charge into a coil, and then when the charge collapses, it collapses with a super high voltage spike. So they're throwing that high voltage spike into the batteries that they're charging, and the electrons are faster than the neurons to catch up to it, so that you're literally creating a dipole within the lead acid battery, and you drawing some extra electricity from the 0 point to balance the dipole.
What do you mean neurons, bro? Is that a smart battery? You got to be smart to have neurons.
Yeah.
You mean neutrons, or what do you?
Grok is saying the system is typically only 30 to 70% efficient, sometimes less.
What is that? Which system?
The Bedini.
Oh yeah, well, of course. And Stan Meyer's generator didn't work.
Yeah.
The thunderstorm generator doesn't work. Pantone generator doesn't work. Joe's cell doesn't work. We'll see. They're testing it. They're giving all the documentation. You can see it all. If they get it working, then we'll know. But he's got a proof of concept, little one in his laboratory also. Let me see if I can find the name of the channel.
Well, now I've got this is a good question for Mike Adams AI. I'm going to see what it says. I should write a book about this.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
All right, according to Enoch, the Bedini motor, also called the Searle effect generator or free energy motor, is a perpetual motion style device that some researchers claim can produce useful mechanical work with minimal input energy. Invented by John S. Bedini, The design has been studied for decades, though mainstream science dismisses it. Explains how it works, key principles, energy source controversy, historical context and suppression. First models developed in the 80s and 90s. Government pharma interest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. There we go. Here's where the suppression starts. Oh, look at this. Patent office delays. Shocking. Media blackout. Legal threats against independent researchers.
Yeah.
Notable cases. Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower. Similar free energy project that was shut down by JP Morgan in 1906. And there you go. Stanley Meyer. Water fuel cell. Interesting.
Yeah, you can find a ton of videos on it. I'm trying to find the name of the. It's like unlimited energy, but they're building it all open source. So I mean, so that you can copy it.
I love that. I love this. So the Enoch thing says how to verify its legitimacy. 1, build your own.
Yes.
Follow a trusted DIY guide. Avoid YouTube. Use BrightLearn.com. I love it.
That's hilarious, though. That's great. Well, another one is what put in there. Ask it about the thunderstorm generator. Yeah, Malcolm Bendall's thunderstorm generator.
All right.
City of London is running one of those now.
Atmospheric electricity machine or cloudbuster.
Not the Cloudbuster. No, it's an adaptation to a electrical generator. Runs off of water and plasmoids. Put in Malcolm Bendall, Bendal. The name of that guy, his group is Limitless Potential Technologies. And all his videos are on YouTube of what they're building.
Malcolm Bendall, British electrical engineer. High voltage atmospheric electricity generators. Research focuses on replicating natural lighting effects for weather modification, detoxifying chemtrails and EMF pollution, energy independence through atmospheric ionization. Interesting. Developed Bendall cloudbusters, devices that ionize the air to disperse chemtrails and EMF pollution. Demonstrated
got a lot of stuff.
Demonstrated weather modification capabilities.
But that's not the thunderstorm generator. The thunderstorm generator is just it's a modification to an irregular electrical generator that allows it to run off of water and plasmoids. What is the name of that?
Aaron, you're going to be up until like 2 or 3 if you're going to wait for him to fill this whole tank, gallon by gallon.
Unfortunately I can't see very well because of these glasses and my monitors, whatever. I'm gonna have to.
I don't have my glass.
There we go. There he is.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Still working, still slaving for the medical industrial complex.
Sorry to hear.
Going on 10 o'clock at night. I've been here since 10 o'clock in the morning. This machine had a lot of problems. Yeah.
What are you working on?
It's it's what we call a water phantom. It's used to do quality assurance for radiotherapy. So radiotherapy is administered with a machine called a linear accelerator. Basically it creates ionized radiation. It breaks up the DNA in the tumor cell, and you pass that through your kidneys. This machine is used to check the linear accelerator to make sure that it's administering the proper dose. The medical physicist uses this to do quality assurance on the linear accelerator. So But I'm just like a glorified Maytag man, you know?
Oh no, I used to do a little bit of work on CTs, MRI machines, and things like that in Hudson. So I got an idea of what you're doing. And of
Yeah, I
course,
used to.
Uncle
I used
Jack
to do-
talks about the first one, linear accelerator for that stuff.
I used to do imaging and diagnostic QA too, so that would be used for CT machines, the much smaller systems. This is very large,
Yeah.
and very bulky, and it's got a water pump in it and a water, a whole water circuit with a reservoir and a lift to lift the tank up and down. It's got it looks like a 3D printer almost. It's got 3 axes in it that move the detector around in the water at different depths to check the dose at different depths and things like this, the profile of the dose as it passes through the beam. Yeah, so this had a problem with the water circuit. It had a problem with the arms.
You just put any old water in there?
No, distilled water only.
Not fluoride, not a lot of rat. You don't put rat poison in
No,
there?
you don't want to have fluoride in the water. No, that'll foul the bearings and the drives and everything in it. Yeah.
All that technology for something you could take care of with a little bit of ivermectin and fenbendazole.
Yeah, exactly. I agree 100%. That's why I want to get out of this, because I don't believe in it. I believe it's blood money. I'm not going to say it's too loud, even though everybody's gone for the night except for me.
At least you're not live.
Yeah. It's a booming industry. This machine goes down, they can't check the linear accelerator, and they get really nervous and jerky because they can't keep pushing people through the linear accelerator to irradiate them and collect the check.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. All right, guys. I got to put the kids to bed and things. It's been a good.
I don't need to detract from the conversation.
All right.
I
Well,
just
listen.
heard you guys talking. So
Well, listen. I'm writing a book called "The Atmospheric Ionization Technologies from Chemtrail Detox to Weather Modification Using Mike's System." So next week, get ready to read this. That'll be the episode.
Oh, that'll be awesome.
So, all right. Well, thank you for hopping on. And as always, I always have a lot to research and learn when you come on.
Yeah, I enjoy these talks. I appreciate you having me on. Y'all take it easy.
Right. Have a good night.
you guys wrapping it up for tonight?
No, we're not. He has to leave. It's still early, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's only 10 o'clock.
Okay, good.
But I'm going to get back to what I was doing. I just heard you guys kind of trying to figure out what was going on, so I figured I'd fill you in. I'm just going to listen. I'm sorry I can't participate. I love to participate in these, but I'm going to have to.
And I know we have some stuff to talk about too. I apologize. I got sidetracked on Friday.
I understand, man. I was sick last week, and then we had the meetup, the crypto meetup, or the Be Your Own Bank meetup on Wednesday night, and then Thanksgiving. I had company on Thanksgiving, so I've been going like crazy. So I understand. I know you have too.
Yep, absolutely.
And I heard about your bid for the Senate in New Hampshire.
Well, we'll see. That's not official, but I played the video. That could be entertaining.
Yeah. I watched it already, but play it for these guys if they haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, you want to see something? You want to see a potential campaign video?
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'll let me pop this thing in here. That's not it. Hold on. All right, here we go. I'm gonna have to. All right, I'll put everybody.
Live free or die, but death's not the worst. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and pills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bills. desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. They hand you a ballad like it means something real. Two wings of one bird, same deal, same steel. We say no, no to the change, no to the dollar running through our veins, no to the white coats, no to the lies. This is the day that we rise. It's hers right here, it's hers right now. Your rights are yours, you take them back, not giving out. Not from the left, not from the right. They were always yours, now step into the light. The daylight breaks, a new day comes. We take it back, every last one. Live free or die, we fan the flame. Nothing will ever be the same. Fan the flame. Fan the flame. Fan the flame.
There you go.
Yeah.
Typical campaign video. Well,
Oh man.
well, I figure, so I'm trying to get the word out about technocracy, and which is hard, right? And most people are sitting around, well, which politician is going to fix these problems? But we're in New Hampshire, and this election is going to be like control of the U.S. Senate. It could come down to New Hampshire, and it's going to be razor thin. So I ran in 2016 for a different set of reasons, and actually cost Kelly the Senate seat. And it cost them Republicans $100 million, cost them control of the U.S. Senate. So I'm like, well, I could do that again. And the campaign would be about educating people about technocracy and then showing people how to use privacy coins and how to use medical tourism. The solution is none of these people are going to fix your problems. You have to fix your own problems. That's the campaign. But it could get focused because it's actually this high leverage point race. So anyway,
I like it, but you could use AI to nail home the technocracy's point, which is we'll do it all for cheaper using AI. So how about this? Just the whole entire thing. I mean, obviously there'd be ancillary values and voluntarism, whatever. But it's like, no, the person that should automatically win is the person that got the most votes per dollar. Right? Because, and I mean, that should automatically be built into the system. Doesn't matter how many you got per dollar. That's the best way to form a government. How could it not be? You got the best, other than the billions and billions every year it gets more. You never hear that metric ever mentioned, obviously. But yeah, votes per dollar. Dude, he's like halfway full. Down on the.
That's crazy. He's been there since 10 o'clock. That does not look like a lot of fun, to be honest.
No, I mean, he's got to go refill those things.
That's crazy. All right, hold on. Let me see. I want to see how my book is doing.
Okay.
I'm checking in here. So we've got, all right, here we go. We've got a book outline already, 10 chapters, The Hidden War on the Sky, The Science of Atmospheric Ionization, Building Your Own Cloudbuster. There you go. Building your own Cloudbuster. That's exciting. All right. All right, I'm clicking the next button here. Now we're generating cover art. So the title is The Cloudbuster Code, Unlocking Tesla's Lost Science for Chemtrail Detox, EMF Defense, and Weather Sovereignty. That's pretty cool. I mean, this is,
Yeah. Yeah, my biggest thing too is to look at this whole thing. So I'll just say, like, what I think AI is huge. I need to look at, especially in astrology, human design, all that type of stuff. Oh my God, alternative medicine. That's the one thing that I started thinking about it, and I'm like, yeah, dude, Aaron's right. I gotta get a computer set up offline just for that. I mean, I was joking when you went to the pisser earlier. I was like, brother, imagine having a conversation with like Mark Twain. I mean, just conversation with Mark Twain. How much is that worth, or Julius Caesar, whatever? But you have all that, right? In a way.
Oh yeah, it's actually pretty easy. That's what I was starting to do about a month or so ago with these avatars. It's like, okay, I've already got this system. I can just take all of. I started doing this. Let's have a first principles debate, and I'm like, well, why don't I just take all of Aristotle's work and all Plato's work and create avatars and let them debate each other
versus Alex Jones.
versus Alex. Or whatever you wanted to do, and it's like that's actually not. It's not even that hard to do now. And
nice.
So now it's like, yeah. So now I'm just trying to get as much of this information downloaded as possible before it's no longer available.
Wicked. Okay. Yeah. So one thing that's helpful to like-minded guys is if you can go through, I mean, you don't have to do it live or anything, or make time for it later, put it together somehow, but go from 0 to 100 or whatever. Say this is how you do Mike Adams thing if you want it, right? And I got a bunch of it going. I haven't done it all yet. So that would be awesome.
Yeah, no, we will do that. I mean, part of it is like I'm showing this stuff. This has only been around for a week, so I'm trying to show this just because it's like, all right, this is what I'm doing today. Yeah, we should do that. And Mike might actually be doing an event too.
Weather sovereignty, bro. I don't know. I mean, I can't even get people. There's people. One thing, like I said before, when I came on with Courtney, I think, and Craig was on, or whoever, but we were talking about like how much data did like the school system or whoever have on you when you grew up, and it's like, what data on me? Like nothing. I mean, really, back in the day, why would they? No, but now it's not that. It's that they offload it. You know, they'll give it away. They're just a facilitator to give the children's data away. Probably first grade, I'm saying they have more on them than we ever had, right? Growing up, there's no doubt.
I'm going to ask. Let's see what Enoch says.
It'd be interesting to see what he says, actually.
I'm just going to ask it, how much data is collected today versus 30 years ago? Let's see what that says. Oh, here we go. All right. The data collection on children in public and private schools has exploded over the past 3 decades, driven by digital surveillance, facial recognition, biometrics, AI-driven behavioral tracking, and government corporate partnerships. 1985 to 95, types of information collected: demographic info, name, address, parent occupations, academic performance, medical records. 2015 to 2023, the surveillance state: biometric tracking, fingerprints, facial recognition, scanned via school ID cards. Is this shit true? Well, I guess that would be true. Digital footprint, social media activity, schools monitor kids' posts for extremist views, AI behavioral analysis, predictive algorithms flag at-risk students based on speech patterns, microphone in classrooms, keystroke dynamics, typos as indicators of stress, health data indication, Wearable tech, Fitbit, Apple Watch tracks heart rate, lateness, disrespectful tone in class recordings, non-compliance with mask/vaccine mandates. Note, facial recognition cameras are now standard in most public schools under security pretexts. Smart desks record keystrokes. Jesus Christ. I'm going to write a book about this.
Smart desk?
Smart desk. Wow.
Man, back in the day, all we had was fart desks. We didn't have smart desks.
And we had gum under the desk.
Yeah, it was probably from your older brother like 10 years ago. I mean, wow, now it's just crazy. And it means it's funny to me to see these unlimited budgets. It's like, wow. I remember there was like budgetary concerns when I was so I wonder how much actually these communities are on the hook for some of this shit when they don't even have a clue. It could be so complicated now that, I mean, there's a high school where I graduated. The only place where there's not more high schools, they're going to combine them and merge them, probably make a Charlie Kirk one and just sell the other one to private. But the new one they made, I mean, they had the well drilled a year before even the vote.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that. There was no reason to have a new giant well already drilled. It was very expensive, but it was already drilled.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me. I just want to get this one generated so I can get onto this other book. Wow, that's frightening. So I haven't even dug into the money part of this.
Well, I mean, it really does. I found that it opens. It's a good. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going around processing, but I'm saying if something comes up and it's like, you know, you got somebody on the fence. It's like, what do you think they're collecting or selling or gaining in the school systems now?
Yeah, and who are the vendors and what are the laws around all of it? Yeah, no, this is a whole. Well, we'll find out when this book generates. I didn't realize that it was that bad. And I guess they now have all of these psychologists. I mean, it used to be when I was in school, they had a nurse. Like that was there was a nurse. And now there's a whole staff of people providing psychological services and resource officers in this whole new category of things.
Interesting. Let me see. Wow, yeah, but are the metrics better? Like it's better on in no regard. Everything says that it looks horrible and worse.
Yeah, no, it hasn't helped at all. I mean,
way worse.
Nobody had ADHD when I was in school. Nobody had nobody had peanut allergies, but we didn't have any of these conditions. So yeah, no, it hasn't. It hasn't helped.
I contend that ADD was promoted by the movie Fast and Furious because that was the first time it came out. That was the first time. That's what I can locate it because they had this guy and he's like, "Oh, I'm just smart on computers, man, and whatever." But I got ADD, and then all of a sudden you'd hear, "Oh, I have ADD." It's a parroting. It's how society works when they're devoid, but.
See here. Alchemical science. Man, this is crazy. So that's a whole new rabbit hole to go down. I just didn't really think through how massive that was. I mean, you hear the random things. I mean, I guess New Hampshire is probably not as bad as most places, but I know that there was uproar because they were sending questionnaires asking whether or not the parents had guns in the home. And I know that set a lot of people off.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Little narcs. I mean,
little narcs, and then the section, and then all of the invasive questions about sexual behavior of really young children. But yeah, I bet you could compile quite a book of absurdities.
Right.
From this whole data collection narrative, and I wonder how that gets fed into, I wonder how much that data goes to, psychologists and psychiatrists, and how much of that pushes a lot of these narratives. I mean, I know at one point I was interested in understanding who funds the gender reassignment stuff, and that's a whole rabbit hole to figure out who's funding that and then who's marketing that, because that's actively pushed. That's been marketed. That is not a
okay, so for instance, what's the threshold for a random psychologist to just start questioning your child? Like a licensed person, what's the threshold for them to just say, hey, I'm going to start talking to you? Okay, now, without parental consent, why wouldn't that extend into any professional that went into the social sciences? Who gave you the authority to even freaking talk to the kid, right? So, good God, I mean, you have to sign releases for anything related. Yeah, I mean, but it's probably... So there's things you can fight. There's no reason that would be national security. I guess there are some things you can fight back against.
So I guess in many states, so there's no parental consent needed if the school suspects the child is in imminent danger due to self-harm threats, suicidal ideation, or extremist views, example, anti-government rhetoric.
National security. There's your...
They can mandate a psychological evaluation without parental consent. Consent is required.
Equivalent.
Wow.
There's your national security equivalent.
Jeez.
Yep. Holy smokes.
Emergency hold loopholes. Some states allow schools to detain a child for 72 hours if they pose a threat. Admit them to a psychiatric facility without parental knowledge. Digital data collection bypass consent. Schools can monitor emails, social media, and cloud storage via Google Workspace for education. At-risk algorithm flags. AI tools like IBM Watson or Replica can flag depressed students based on keystroke dynamics. Man, I didn't like that whole keystroke thing. I had not heard of that at all. Predict violent tendencies from facial expressions in video feeds. Dude,
video?
What is going on?
Well, where's the video? Oh, well, they had to. They probably had to put the video. They had to put the video in the bathrooms to make sure that they're not. Oh my Lord. Either way, yeah, it's all bad. It's every way. So like. And my thing is nothing is better though. Like on any metric, there's no metric that's nothing they could point to that it's getting better. They would just only say, well, to prevent this.
Let me ask, have outcomes improved since tracking and surveillance was increased? Let's see what that. You may have to wait for the new book, The Panopticon Classroom, How AI, Social Credit, and Digital Tyranny Are Hijacking Education and How to Break Free. Written by Aaron Day.
You bastard. Give me a co-author on that.
I should give you a co-author on that. So I'm gonna run for office and I'm gonna create like 100 books. I'm gonna write best-selling author of, and I'm gonna list like these 100 books. This is awesome.
Well, and if they don't sell, you can always put best writing author. But if they sell, you put best selling,
Well, they're free. So I guess, yeah, you're right. It would have to be. So I'm going with the doomsday as the vibe on this. How do you want me to put you on this? I'll put you on as a co-author.
Put me on as Richie Judas.
All right.
Judas.
Actually, I told Mike I wouldn't have used this thing, but he said don't do 100 books a day. So I guess 3's not 100.
Yeah.
But, So this will have 70 subchapters. Man, I'm actually looking forward to reading this. I mean, actually, that's it. So yeah, let's see.
There's probably some huge talking points within there. I mean, really, because that's where, you can't get through to your family. You can't get through to some people. It's like, yeah, but whatever, dude. I love my Fitbit or whatever. And it's like, all right, well, did your kid have the choice? Like, imagine. And that's all the way up until you're 18. And it's just like, how did this, I don't know.
All right, I'm putting, so the Cloudbuster code book just is finished already.
Oh, nice.
So that took, about 10 minutes maybe? So I'm putting a link to that in the comments. So you can read online or download for free the Cloudbuster code, unlocking Tesla's lost science for chemtrail detox, EMF defense, and weather sovereignty. So that's going to be a hit. Excited about that. Cool artwork too. Actually, this is really awesome. So I mean, it's just like you can't even get this information other places, let alone create a book about it.
Right.
And now I'm genuinely fascinated by this. I'm maybe more fascinated by this educational surveillance thing. Because this doesn't affect my kids, so I guess I wasn't following what was going on.
I mean, it's such a bottleneck, and it's so there, and I mean, it's so well. They already did it, or Richard Grove, or whoever, whatever. I mean, there's people that have been focused on it, but sometimes I think, I don't know. It's just powerful to people that don't even understand techno-feudalism, technocracy, even anything that's on the table right now. But what is the value, well, who are you raising? Oh, this is my little prince. This is LeBron James Jr. or whatever. All right, what's the value of his blood? Oh, unbelievable. What's the value of his biometrics? Unbelievable. All right, well, why'd you give it away to the school? Well, because I don't know nothing. I mean, I don't know. It's just it does affect everybody.
Oh, it absolutely affects everybody. So here are the big vendors I asked. So the big vendors here are, of course, Google. Google's it looks like number one on the list. They have the G Suite for education. And, actually my kids were in a Montessori school and they actually had a Google bullshit classroom thing. Chromebooks with pre-installed tracking software, YouTube for School monetizes children's views, Microsoft Office 365 for education, cloud storage of student data, Azure AI grading tools, Xbox Live accounts linked to school IDs.
Yes.
IBM Watson Education, AI-powered behavior tracking predicts at-risk students. This is the keystroke analysis again. And the facial recognition is from Xbox. Wow.
Yeah.
Replica and IBM's virtual teacher bots, smart classroom, Internet of Things sensors monitor temperature, humidity, and student movement. Apple, iPads in schools, preloaded with tracking apps, find my iPhone and screen time, Siri voice recordings in classroom, health app data collection, sleep trackers, heart rate monitors, Cisco systems, network equipment for smart schools, routers that log all device traffic, Wi-Fi 6/7E access points with biometric authentication, Palantir Technologies, data analytics for at-risk students, predicts violent tendencies from social media posts. There's our boys at Palantir. Integrates with facial recognition cameras, Klarna and MasterCard, CBDC-linked school payment systems, biometric debit cards for lunches, digital ID verification via fingerprint scans, NVIDIA, GeForce Now, AI training on student facial expressions, detects emotional distress in video feeds, and then deepfake detection tools used to verify or fabricate footage, Meta, Facebook, /Instagram, safe schools, social media monitoring, AI flags, extremist posts from students. parental consent waivers for data sharing with schools. Wow, this is crazy.
So the future, how are teachers gonna? So teachers just know what is the future of teaching college? Like, you're just an administrator of a network. It's just like the only thing you need to know is like, hey, here's your SSID and your password, and just shut up and just go over there into the Google Geodome where it's just all, I don't know. I mean,
I don't know. This is just wild. So well, anyway, we've co-authored this book. We'll see when it hits. It should hit soon. I might read that one tonight. Let's see if it's probably too soon for that one. I think my Zano prompt was too complicated. I think I sent him a lot of garbage on that. So that one I'm going to have to redo. Well, absolutely fascinating. Well, I'm glad you brought up this topic. This is a whole thing.
yeah, I mean, there's that topic's been on my mind a little bit. Just, I mean, every now and then as intro to what motivates people and their psychology towards the future. And it's like that one thing really can be distasteful even to the most normie of person. And it's thought provoking. So I think it's definitely an attack vector that's ripe.
So apparently, this kids' data surveillance market is a growing sector within the broader $30 billion educational technology industry. The segments here are biometric tracking systems, $5 to $7 billion, AI grading and behavioral analysis, $3 to $4 billion, digital ID and CBDC pilots, $2 to $3 billion, cloud-based student data storage, $1 to $2 billion, and predictive policing and social credit tools. That's Palantir again.
They're going after the kids. So the teachers or anybody that is just, we got it. So like, imagine a teacher that literally believes in climate change and they're just telling your kids something versus a teacher, but there's backroom boards that they design shit for freaking kids and they are targeting them. Now, those are the little bastards and the sumbitches that need to, well, whatever. But I guess we can only really boycott them or call them out. But honestly, that just shows you, like, this is designed for a kid, but that transaction doesn't seem fair.
No, this is, I want to dig into this, some of this might not be accurate though. So we gotta make sure. I don't know if it's hallucinating. So before we go,
sure.
Palantir kids data surveillance. Well, Palantir is partnered with National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Trump taps Palantir to compile data on Americans. Let's see what some of these other. Oh, this says, well, of course, Grok says there's no evidence of that, but they do have the partnership with broader government data integration, including education ties, Trump's master database, linked to schools and kids. Education data isn't explicitly targeted, but overlaps exist via HHS COVID dashboards. Palantir integrated city data for predictive policing, leading to adjusted fire health department presence around high-risk schools based on homicide risk models. Interesting. So yeah, the claim is it enhances safety near schools. I mean, this is the predictive modeling thing that they're doing with the police is crazy. Just trying to document all of the Palantir stuff.
So it's not only Minority Report. You put the minor in Minority Report.
Yeah,
like it's
exactly.
literally minors.
Yep. So we can see this. So they already got a deal. So Palantir is doing the whole NHS. So they're ahead of the curve in the UK. So they power the whole NHS data platform, including potential school health records.
Palantir did?
Yeah, they got a £330 million contract to do the entire UK with the NHS. Wow, and apparently, I mean, this is the thing that's amazing about this. So people will try to make it out like, oh, well, we need to have Operation Stargate so that the U.S. can lead in AI, and it's like, dude, they're working in Germany, they're in the UK, like it's just wow,
right?
Ex-users note Palantir's facial recognition capabilities, scanning family photos on social media, could catalog kids' biometrics. Though no direct school rollout is confirmed, one post claims 2 children go missing every minute due to such systems. Oh,
wow.
Okay. Wow. This is,
Hey, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Having fun?
Oh, I'm having a blast, man. It's a party. Just testing the water sensor now, making sure it fills all right. It's kind of, it's noisy. That's why I got my mic off. You can hear the pump running.
How much longer are you going to have to be there?
Well, I'm not coming back, so when it's done, I'll leave. I still have to run the axis alignment test on it. I got to put all the panels back on, and then I can get out of here as long as there isn't any problems. So yeah, looks like it's going to be like 11:30 midnight.
Wow.
Company gets paid $7,500 for this service.
Huh. I'm sure you get a lot of that.
I get whatever my pay is for the day. I'm on salary, so it's not like this every day.
I want to be the first to announce it has been published, The Panopticon Classroom, How AI, Social Credit, and Digital Tyranny Are Hijacking Education and How to Break Free. So that book is out.
It's crazy, man.
It is. Let me I'm going to share the screen. There we go. There it is.
I got to get rid of these iPhones in my household.
Well, I recommend this above phone.
That's what you're using?
That's what I'm getting one. Should have it in the next week or so.
What are you rolling with these days?
Well, right now I have a Google phone.
Above.
So yeah, finally moving to Degoogle.
I'm going to mute because this is probably annoying to whoever's listening.
Well, yeah, I'm getting an echo. So? But I mean, it's fine. Actually, I don't hear any background noise. The only thing that I hear is actually an echo. So when you're talking, I can go on mute. All right, our book's published.
Nice.
So there you
There you
have
go,
it.
man. Hey, but you got to change it. My name's Judas, like the Bible.
Oh.
It's a U.
Oh, can I change that? Let me see.
You might have to re-render it 4 hours later. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to type my email in the chat. My bad. I should have spelled it for you, Aaron. I didn't know you were going to dox me, dude, in this. Send it to this.
Well, you said it.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. Is what it is.
I was just going to go with Rich J, but
there's tons. There's so many Rich Judases out there.
Well, I'm excited to read that one though. So
yeah, I am too, really. Does it have illustrations?
I don't think it has illustrations, no. But I bet that's coming. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll turn it into a graphic novel. So I'm gonna get a PDF of it and
Panopticon Classroom. Nice. Oh man,
that's incredible. Well, so anyway, everyone has watched this. So just during the Q&A section, we've written and published 2 books. So that's got to be a first.
Oh yeah, has to be. It's pretty badass, Aaron. So, well, brother, hey, it's I'll come on later. When's your next streamer? What are you going to do?
Thursday, I'm going to launch the OSR, the Medical Tourism Beta project. That's Thursday.
Okay. 5 o'clock?
6 o'clock. Oh, well, Eastern time. I don't know what time zone you are.
Are you going to have Courtney on or who?
No, I don't know if I'm going to have anyone on for that, but possibly my wife, since we're both launching that. So cool. could be the 2 of us, but I don't think there are any other guests planned. But I mean, I might break it up because it's not, it's probably only going to take a half an hour or so to go through that. So there's still maybe time to bring on a guest.
Sure. Okay. Well, hey, maybe next time we'll do a book on the younger Dryas, them Graham Hancock. That shit sells. That Randall Carson. We'll be on on the Rogan podcast, like backdoor, and then we start talking about technocracy.
That's it. That's the plan. We should do it. Plan.
Younger Dryas is the main thing, and then it's like, you know what they got your kids on, and then there you go.
What does it go? Beckley Tepe or whatever it is, and then whatever, we'll backdoor them into school surveillance.
I kind of got Ancient Aliens hair going on today. I got it. That guy. It's kind of crazy. It's been too snowy to get a haircut, but anyway, good to talk to you guys tonight. I'm gonna head out.
All right, awesome. Have a good night.
Yep, I'll be back around. See you, Aaron.
Cool. See ya. Have a good one. All right, Steve. Well, unless you're going to pop on, I'm going to. I think I'm going to call it a night. And
yeah, I'm pretty much just trying to get out of here, man. So.
All right, awesome. Well, if I don't talk to you before then, we'll be back on Thursday. So I wish you luck with finishing up, and look forward to talking to you soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, Aaron. Take care now.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Oh, 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 oh. Live free or die, but that's not the worst. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and pills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bill. Quiet
quiet desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. They hand you a ballad like it means something real. Two wings of one bird, same deal, same steel. We